All right, so welcome everybody. I've got all right. Let me show you guys. Let me give you guys the update on the studio upgrade project and how it's not it didn't go as expected. All right, so remember. Oh, I gotta fix this camera here real quick, and then I'll be able to show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So remember, POV, this is me. That's my display monitor for gaming, right? DBZ, thank you for the 37 months. So this is gaming monitor, well, it's a TV, and then this is chat, right? This is streaming monitor, yada yada. Now, what I did the other day was now to the right of the CRT, I have mounted a monitor here. So now when I'm playing a CRT game, I've got my streaming monitor right here. And I had a genius idea, right? Like the way that I originally set it up was to have it be a 2-monitor setup, right? Where I just wouldn't really use this monitor on a day like today, but then when it's time to do a retro CRT stream, I could just take chat and drag it over to this monitor, right? Problem is there's a bunch of stuff that I want on this monitor. I want my notes for the game I'm playing, the map that I'm drawing, I want OBS over there, I might want splits over there depending on the day. So now all of a sudden, when I'm facing this way, all of a sudden this is like 10 things that I gotta crank my head back to this monitor and find the window to drag over to this monitor one by one annoyingly, and I'm only using one monitor at a time, so I had a genius idea. Don't make it a 2-monitor setup, and instead I went and got an HDMI splitter. You see how it's 2 in one side, 1 out the other? You know what I'm saying? Now, the idea was I could just push a button, and then it'll flip the single monitor between these two. Whichever one is currently the single monitor, I just flip between these two. And here, but it didn't work, though. It didn't work. The splitter is labeled output on the one end and input in the 3 ends, but I was like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to put the GPU connection into the output so that I can put the 2 monitors into the inputs, and like it'll just work backwards, right? Turns out, no, it doesn't work backwards. Like an analog splitter would, but this is HDMI, so it doesn't. So that's where I'm at right now. So now I've got 2 options. I can either go on Amazon and find like a KVM, right? Find like a KVM, because that would definitely let me flip between 2 monitors. Or, and I only just had this realization. I actually only just thought of this. What I could do is hook up both monitors and do the duplicate thing, right? I can have, instead of it being a 2-monitor setup where the monitors are extended, I can do a duplicate setup, and then I can just turn that monitor on when I want to use it. I can set that up right now. Let's try it. Hang on a second. That's a good idea, Dash. Yeah, that's what I would have did. Oh man, my wife and I say that all the time to each other. Yeah, that's what I would have did. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay. Hang on. Now, have I looked into a program called Monitor Switcher? You can switch what monitor you're using with a keybind. I mean, I think I'm basically doing that right now. It's just the keybind is the power button of the monitor. So here we go. Display settings. And then instead of extend these displays, duplicate these displays. Keep changes. Oh, baby. Look at that. So now... Oh, yeah, dude. So now there's my monitor, and then when it's retro time, there's my monitor. Hell yeah. And now because I'm not on the CRT right now... Boom. Problem fucking solved. Yeah. All right. We did it. We got there. I thought I needed a switcher. But this works perfectly. Here's the other thing, though. The dream, okay? The dream is to actually have a KVM, though, that can do 3 monitors. I want this monitor, I want this monitor, and then I want to be able to switch to that monitor for drum streams. And then I could actually use this PC as the streaming PC while I'm doing a drum stream as well. That's kind of the dream, and we'll get to that later. But for now, I think I'm pretty set as far as getting on the CRT. So all right, there we go. Use facial tracking to only power the monitor I'm looking at. You know what I've always thought would be really great, a fun thing would be a stack link. That's actually a good idea as well, Retro J. If I have that, that's a really good idea. Now, hang on. What was I gonna say again? Fucking, oh yeah, I think it would be really interesting to do like an FF7 speedrun with an eye tracker on, so you guys can see what part of the screen I'm looking at the whole time, you know? You think I might have the wrong title on YouTube? Is the stream title PS1 FF7 Speedrun any % no slots? Because that's what we're doing today, buddy. You thought we weren't speedrunning FF7 today? Joke's on you. Boom, there we go. And boom goes the dynamite. What up, Minin? Okay, hang on, give me a second. There's the input display. All right. And then, what else do I have to do? Plug the HDMI in. Hello? Where did they go? Oh, there. Oh. Okay. And then, hang on, we have a visitor. You look sleepy, Mia. Did you just wake up from a long nap? And now you're so tired, you just need to... You're so tired from that big nap, from napping all day. Now you gotta come up here and take a nap in my lap. Oh. Okay, I've got a little bit of a concern that the TV has like flashed black a couple times. So I think I hope my HDMI cable isn't going. But speaking of, hang on a second, we gotta turn that on. How old is she? Like 14? 13, 14? Check for loose cables? I never would have thought of that. All right. And then where are we going? Yo, Mr. Kuda. Yeah, and about the calm skip thing, that's really interesting. If you guys didn't hear about it, here's an interesting thing. Mr. Kuda seems to have found out that if you're playing FF7 through the 7th Heaven launcher, calm skip doesn't work. Maybe at least like as far as I could tell, because he posted a video on Discord, and like the method of the skip, like the movement that he did, it looked perfect, but it didn't work. And then he said that he tried to do it without 7th Heaven and it worked, and then he tried to do it with 7th Heaven again and it didn't work again. All right. Let's get going without further ado. Without further ado, which is different from adieu, right? I've never thought about this before. But like when you say like adieu, right? That's different from without further ado. Except there is further adieu. I'm opening some notes here. I need my world map manips. I need my elevator sheet. And we are good to go. All right. Let's do it. We do one of these. And then we do one of these. Was I speedrunning when calm skip was discovered? Yes, it was actually like really early on in my running. I think calm skip was discovered like 2 months after I started running. So I had a few runs under my belt, a few PBs under my belt with the calm flashback, and then calm skip was discovered. And it was actually like my first little taste of FF7 community notoriety was when the calm skip setup was not the setup, when the skip was first found, but there wasn't really a setup for it yet. No one could get it consistently. We knew kind of how to do it, but no one could get it consistently, right? I was the first person that found a set of instructions that could get it 10 times in a row, which was Zeal's, because I was watching Zeal at the time trying to figure it out, trying to figure out a way to get it consistent. Everybody was saying that they found a consistent way, and he was saying it has to work 10 times in a row to be called consistent, right? And I was the one who, A, said, you don't need to avoid diagonals. B, do this exact thing, and you'll get it 10 out of 10 times. And he was like, who's this Dash guy? He claims that he knows. Let's watch the video. And then he did it. And yeah, sure enough. Oh shit, this works every time. Now, was my setup exactly correct in everything that was or wasn't required? No, but it did work 10 out of 10 times. But there were certain details about it that weren't exactly right. as far as like what was important to see and what wasn't. And then it was a very funny time though, because like, dude, I remember when everyone was trying to figure out how to get it consistently. I remember randomly, like, RJ just goes online at 1 a.m. and he's like doing it with shoulder cam, which was crazy, and he's just like laughing. His stream was just like him just like giggling to himself, doing the skip with shoulder cam over and over. But like it didn't work like half the time. But still, it was so funny. So yeah, it was a crazy time. No, Kodo, I'm just starting. Yo, Vampiria Sanguinarius, welcome, welcome. And Mariano, good to have you here. Wop, 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 wop. This is looking a little washed out. I'm gonna... Whoops. Turn that on. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at those deep colors. Nah, this is not a disc 1 skip run. My goal, if I'm ever going to retire from FF7 speedrunning, one way that I could do that would be to get world record in this category. That would be like, all right, I did it, I'm done. CC, I guess. Well. Rip, like 10 seconds from that. And you might be like, Dash, it only took you 2 seconds to put the C on Cloud. Yeah, but I put 2 C's on him, and that extra C is gonna lose like 5 more seconds. Is the purity of no turbo worth the hand strain? I don't really get hand strain from it anymore. You know, I started doing a stretch, you know, that my physical therapist gave me. My physical therapist, who I saw one time for my back, by the way. It's not like an ongoing thing. I'm just saying, when I saw him, he gave me a stretch, and yeah, I don't get any hand strain. And I think the way that I mash is, in general, very, very good. Is this category the gold standard? I think so, yes. Like, some, you know, some folks who run, like, PC any percent or whatever might think that, you know, it's, silly to say so, but nah. This is, this is, like, the category for FF7. You need me to share the stretch? I need to, yes. I need to make a video about it, because the wrist pain that I went through for like 2.5 years was such a huge deal in my life that I do really want to make a video about A, the experience with it, and B, the ultimate solution, you know? And yo, Cranky Croissant. Because, yeah, even more so than, like, the strain that it put on gaming, I mean, the thing was that I couldn't play drums. I couldn't play drums at all for 2.5 years. That part of it was kind of torturous. What would any percent with slots look like? What happens is you recruit Kate Sith, and then you grind kills with Kate Sith for a little bit until you unlock slots, and then you one-shot all of the bosses with slots. Any impact on guitar? I played very little guitar in that time as well. But now I'm back to both. How do I feel about Final Fantasy VIII? I think it's a great game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. And yo, Pelican. So like the way that I mash, by the way, as far as it like minimizing hand cramps, is I hold both of my thumbs over the circle button, and then I'm not even really making like a thumb motion. I'm moving my arms to rotate the controller back and forth. And when I rotate it one way, my right thumb collides with the circle button, and when I rotate it the other way, my left thumb collides with the circle button. And so, like, my thumbs are held rigid, and then, you know, back and forth. Yo, Kino. Welcome, welcome. So hopefully Barrett's early attack here makes it so that he's guaranteed to Scorpion Tail. I'm not sure if a Barrett attack is enough to do that, but it might be. Could you map square to also be circle on Duck Station? Then how would you press square? Oh, that misses. I think that miss is going to be inconsequential. Alright, so I think with the early Barrett attack, we're going to do Bolt, and then we're going to triple Susie. Character is basically on. Whoa, nice crit, asshole. Okay, now that miss was really good, because now that's less of a problem. All right. So then put in that Barrett attack. I also use square all the time in combat, Jay, for weight tricking, right? When you've got like this menu up, you want to be able to hold square to look at your ATB bars. I guess I'll Barrett attack here, and I think we'll be fine, but unfortunately we didn't kill. Character is basically unusable, regent, unless you get the power that gives you 2 or 3 stars each turn. Genesis, yeah. Genesis is insanely good, and is like the difference between a good and a bad regent run a lot of the time. My last regent run that I did, though, didn't use stars, like, at all. I mean, it didn't use any stars beyond Venerate, the starting card. And like Falling Star. Because what was my last regent run? It used a lot of transformation cards, like guards and charge, as well as things that made debris. Well, I didn't get crash landing, but I did get collision course that makes like a single debris. And then he's got a power that you unlock called Arsenal that makes it so that any time that you play a colorless card, which is all of the cards that he creates or transforms into, he gains a strength. And then on top of that, the other thing that was really, really good was I got the Ancient power for Act 3, where I could transform up to 6 cards into Maul. And so I got rid of all of my strikes and defense and some other thing I had, and turned them into Maul, which is a colorless card. So now all of a sudden every Maul that I played was giving me 2 strength. Oh man, it was awesome. So yeah, my I had 2 regent runs that did stars that were good, and then I had that run that was super good. I have not gotten a run going with Forge with him, though. I feel like Forge is bad. We're talking about Slay the Spire 2. And then here's the deal. I'm not usually one to say that like something that's unbalanced in a single player game needs to be nerfed, but like, dude, Voltaic is way overpowered on Defect. Every Defect run that I've done so far has been a complete cakewalk because of Voltaic. Like, oh yeah, 2 mana, channel 55 lightning, you know? Like, it's way too good. And alright, there we go. Yo, VNV. Alright. So we're starting out a little bit behind here because that was a pretty rotten reactor, but I'm not really in the business of resetting in the reactor. Yeah, like the thing is, right, it's like single player games are okay to be imbalanced. It's just that like right now, it's like Voltaic is super good that like I can't see a run where I do anything except spam lightning orbs. You know what I mean? As Defect. And yo, FFD. But I'm curious, how many of you guys have been playing Slay the Spire 2 that are in chat? Because man, it's good. That is like exactly the kind of game I'm really into nowadays. It's funny, like I've been kind of talking about how like it's been I've been weirdly lately, the last like 4 Nintendo games I tried to get into, I haven't been into, you know? And it's like my tastes seem to be changing quite a bit on the games that I'm into. And then it's like, boom, Slay the Spire 2. That's like exactly the kind of thing I want right now. Got to the final boss and lost to bad draws. It happens. That's why like card removal is so important. Man, like when Niao gives you the 3 options at the start, if one of the options is take 13 damage and remove 2 cards from your deck, I snap take that and remove a strike and a defend every time. Like it's so good. All right, here's Jesse Skip. Ooh, right on top, right in
You're
position.
Goddamn right.
1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Whoa. Speaking of Nintendo stuff, though, I'm a little surprised that Mrs. Dash isn't into Pokopia. Kind of looks like her. It looks like her kind of game. She just plays so much Valheim, though, that it doesn't matter. You know, she I think Mrs. Dash has like has like 2,500 hours in Valheim. Does she play Pal World? No. I think she would like it, but I don't think she's played it. And Cranky, you got your first successful column skip earlier. Very nice. It gets easier and easier as you find, like, you know, the nuances that work for you. And yeah, that's what I heard is that Pokopia is by the same team that made Dragon Quest Builders, and a lot of people really liked that game. Ooh, I did that really slowly. I kind of lost the rhythm there. Oh yeah, we want grenades. We just run up to the counter, slam down our backpack of all of our belongings, and say, "Give me grenades. Give me as many grenades as I can buy with this." It's the same producer, not the same developer, though? Gotcha. Are my notes available anywhere? An old version of them is, yes. I don't know how up-to-date they are anymore, because I haven't been using, like, general notes for, like, boss strategies, shops, skips. I haven't been using notes for that for a very long time. Your island doesn't fall apart if you leave it alone for a few days. Yeah, New Horizons had a thing for that, right? Like, you could, like, set a city ordinance that would make it not, fall apart. But that meant that had an opportunity cost of the other ordinances, though, right? Omega Force is listed as the dev. Gotcha. Oh, guess what, Minin? Remember when you played that game forever ago, Micro Mages? That's what it was called, right? I've always been interested in it, so I bought it. I finally bought it, and I never got it. I never got the package. The tracking says that it was delivered 2 weeks ago, but I just never got it. So I called the post office, and they said that they have launched an investigation, and I should hear back within a few days. Did a porch thief take it? I think we would have seen if they did. We have a camera. So we would have seen if it was that. But yeah, like, I don't know what it could have been, though. Like, it might have gone... like, I can only imagine it went to the wrong street. You know what I mean? Like, if it went to the wrong mailbox, then of course the person would have just put it in the right mailbox. But if it went to the wrong street, you know... like the person with the same house number as mine, but on a different street, they would have gotten it and be like, where the hell is that? And then like tossed it or something. I don't know. But I wouldn't think it would be the mailman, right? Because I don't think the mailman is gonna risk their career and a felony for like a $50 game, you know? For a $50 video game that they can buy themselves. It's true, if I was on Facebook or like on that neighborhood app or whatever, I would have probably heard about it there, but I don't do that kind of stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, I had to back it up. Dude, I am sucking today. But, you know. And yo, rock crawl Jeep. Alright, boom, boom. Yeah. So Micromages, there's a video on YouTube about like all the tricks that the developer had to do in order to get the game to fit on such a small ROM, you know, so that it can run on a real NES. And yeah, that video was really cool and sold me on the game, right? I was like, damn, these developers are very clever to make this happen, you know? Barbarone, thank you for the 5 gift subs, big time, thank you. All right. And thank you for the kind words, Rockall Jeep. Missed the end of my last 2 because of European time zones. Yeah. But you're packing to travel to the U.S. now. Well, I hope you have a good trip once that happens. Now, I did just remember that this is the part of the run where I'm not supposed to be talking to chat. Because if I get any one of these selections wrong, the run is instantly dead. So, you know, you gotta do a little bit of focusing. I got guide. But here we got to talk to this guy. Gotta talk to this guy first, so that the old guy spawns in the bar. Did someone take my world record? I have never had world record in this category. The best I've ever been is 4th, and now I'm 5th. All right, here we do bar skip, where we do both of these conversations at the same time. So you're gonna see some text boxes come up at the same time as each other. And that's us saving time. You see the two text boxes at once? That's how you know that bar skip is working for you. I don't really consider the turbo world record to be world record because it wasn't as fast as the non-turbo record. So like if you go to this leaderboard and you go to the turbo board, I show up as number 1, but that's only because they're separated. Bar skip saves like 10 seconds. Maybe 12. How are things going with the new PC version? Are many people submitting runs? No one has, I think I'm the only person who's run it so far. And yeah, I don't think bar skip is necessary for a beginner. I also, like, as a beginner, I didn't do choral skip either. Now, choral skip saves like a minute, but still, the risk of soft locking isn't worth it at first. Choral skip oh, that's right, you just go up now. Choral skip as in, yeah, when you, after the train, when you skip the cutscene where you get Ultima. Got an 859 guard scorpion the other day on the PC version. Because on the PlayStation version, that's like, yeah. Because on PlayStation version, sub 9 is like, you must have gotten like a critical limit break before the and like skipped the whole tail laser phase. But on PC that's just a good time. And Toy Dragon, thank you for subscribing, thank you. La da da dum dum dum. Just take the fucking stairs. Yeah, I need to redo those videos though, because here I made a fatal flaw that keeps coming up, which is the information for how many grenades to buy if you take stairs is buried in the elevator minute video, which is super counterintuitive. And so I often get the question, Dash, I just got to Ranch and I don't have enough money for Choco Lure. Why? And it's because they bought too many grenades and they took the stairs and bought too many grenades. So I think I can also the way that the elevator minute video is like split up because it was a developing strategy while I made the tutorial. I don't like that either. So I think I can be a lot more succinct and make a much better video about it now. So that's something I've been meaning to do for a while. Okay. So we're past the point of me not being able to chit chat. We are looking good. Oh, and by the way, on Friday I might be able to start the stream early because I worked last night. I did one of the big Office network cutovers last night in order to you know, to get them onto their new hardware. So that was like I worked from like 8 to 1. And so I should be able to work a half day. I'm a right side desk guy. Yeah. And you know why, Data Spot? It's because of playing the game casually when I was younger. If you don't get chosen by the Dawn and you go and you run in there later, in order to get back here, you have to go right because that's the side that the curtain opens on. But yeah, anyway, so I should be able to work like a half day on Friday and start the stream early, I think. Maybe I'll ask if I can comp the whole day. I mean, you know, since it was nighttime. You only need the first high potion in the graveyard? Yeah, you don't need to grab that second potion. I'm always afraid to change stuff like that, though, because I don't want to change, like, what my inventory ends up looking like. So I always have to test out stuff like that, you know? I don't get Good Friday off for Easter? I don't know. I don't think so. If Easter Sunday is a thing, then if anything, I would have Monday off, but I'm not sure. I'll have to check. Oh, you know what, though? Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure Mrs. Dash took Friday off. So maybe she'd be happy to have me off the whole day as well. Boom, boom, boom. All right, here we go. Another subathon. So I'm gonna have here's the thing, the due date for the kid is in 11 days. So like my streaming time, my streaming schedule is about to go way down. So like if I did a subathon, it would have to be like next week, and it would have to be interruptible, which isn't really it's not gonna happen. I'm gonna be a dad in like less than 2 weeks probably. I built the crib today, by the way. Today, during work, I assembled the crib. How about that? We already have the bassinet for when she's an infant. But yeah, we got a crib for when she's like a baby that also converts into a toddler bed for when she's a little older. When does paternity leave begin? When she's born. Basically, like when she's born, I call my boss and I say, I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is paternity paid through the company? Nah, Minnesota has some other bullshit going on now that like nobody knows. That like nobody knows how it works exactly yet. But the thing is, my employer does not have to pay. But there's like government something. But it's only like Mia, you cannot click the mouse. I don't know what you're clicking on, but it probably shouldn't be clicked. It's only like 70% of my salary though, and yeah, I don't know exactly how it works. Oh my god, my steps are going to be bad. I shouldn't have done my movement like that. They only got 60%? It might be 60. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the details are. I haven't exactly looked into it yet. Okay, I'm way behind on steps. Because I screwed up. So now I gotta be like super careful on all the rest of my movement. Yeah, there will be no restarting. Like, basically, weekday runs of this game are already pushing it. Like, if I start a run after work and then the run finishes, it's like 11 p.m., you know? With no resets. So yeah, there's no resetting on this stream. We call it a one and done, you know? I'm gonna start the run. It's either gonna finish and then I go to bed, or it's gonna die and we're gonna play something else. It ain't like the days when I was streaming full time, you know? This is what you get when I'm a 9 to 5er. Except it's actually 8 to 4. But, you know, that doesn't really matter. Okay, I gotta be super good on these stairs to not get further behind. Okay. Ugh. Not able to get preemptive apps. What you should do is record a reactor and post it on the FF7 Discord. And so, for sure, someone, maybe me, will be able to tell you. But just to throw it out there, just in case, I will say, if you're playing the PC version, don't do the setup that's in my tutorial. Because the setup on my tutorial is specifically for the PlayStation version, and they're different. All right. I'm gonna flip Cloud and Tifa around here to get a Braver with Cloud if I can. Yo, Grorfo. Nice 69 on Tifa, asshole. Oh, jeez. Oh, brother. Okay, now we need the Braver. Boom. You're an emulator following the online guide, 90% beginners, and you got the battle pressing up and down after jumping over the ledge. Oh, okay, so you're doing a different setup than what I have on the tutorial then. So you might be running what that sounds like, JDM, is I think you're running an outdated step route. If you're doing the up down after jumping over, that means that you're probably running the step route from before calm skip. So if you are interested in running with calm skip, then I would recommend checking out my video about the reactor escape and the preemptive app setup. Unless you're trying to learn no major skips, then it would make more sense. Oh, by the way, though, I did sign up for the Final Fantasy Relay, so we'll see if I end up being part of that. Oh yeah, that'll happen, Barrel Roll. If the run is that run itself is considered to be legitimate, then like, you know, it's up to the mods whether they want to keep it up, you know. Like if a mod is able to watch the run and verify that like this is definitely legit, then it's fine to be up, I think. However, the video's probably gone, isn't it? So perhaps the mods of that game don't know about it. What's the deal with the relay? So I think it's once a year. There is a huge organized relay race where there's 3 teams, and each team has a different runner for each different Final Fantasy game. And so it's a gigantic relay race through the entire Final Fantasy series. Different runner for every game, 3 teams against each other, commentary the whole time, graphs that show like each, you know, where each team gained and lost time. It's a fun time. Oh, I'm not sure, Barrel Roll. I'm not sure about any history. Yeah, what I'll tell you, JDM, is like, again, it sounds like you might be running a step route that's going to bite you in the ass if you're trying to run any percent. But if you do just want to lock down what's going wrong with the current setup that you're trying to do, I would say record a video and post it on the Discord, and someone will be able to help you. Okay, that's not bad at all. We take like 22 steps here and we'll be totally fine. And it would be especially helpful if, when you recorded the video, if you were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. If you were able to have your steps and fractions, like memory addresses shown. It's not required, but it would be helpful. All right. I'm not going to be able to talk to chat very much for the next few minutes because we are going to be getting sweaty with some RNG manipulation. So here's how we do it. Right here, we have to mash a little bit, and then we get like 45 seconds of not having to mash. So, boom, now we get a bunch of free time. So I would like to direct everybody's attention to this waterfall. And I'm using a stopwatch to time each of the different glows at the bottom of the waterfall. Every time that the bottom of the waterfall glows up a little bit, we time it with the stopwatch. And this reveals to us our current position on the RNG table. Okay. So I've got a notepad document of all 256 possible waterfall patterns. The pattern we just saw was 113-133-332. All right. That is pattern 245, which is unfortunately a pretty bad one. Then that means that in order to get on... Oh, man, this is a bad one, and you'll see why. This is something that I kind of need to research because we're going to lose a lot of time to this manipulation. But it's going to be it's going to be better than not manipulating, that's for sure. Like, there's a reason. The manipulation is going to look really bad, but I'm telling you, there's a reason that we do it this way. So here's the deal. Here's what I know, is that because of what the waterfall glowed on the way in, that means that our current position is 245, but we want to be on a way later position than that. There aren't any good elevator positions for the next, like, several positions on the RNG table, so we're gonna wait quite a while before we leave the screen, allowing the waterfall to glow us into a better RNG position, right? So once again, the way that works is every time that the waterfall glows, it advances our position on the RNG table, and we want to be quite a bit further than we're at right now. So we're gonna wait for the save crystal to spin 6 1/4 times. Now, the save crystal spinning isn't affecting RNG. It's just a way to time letting the waterfall glow the correct number of times. And yeah, that part of it, Drunken Lullabies, is a bit of a team effort on, like, how the glows exactly corresponds to the different patterns. But mostly Brutal Speed is the guy that did, like, the bulk of the waterfall work. Okay, so 6 1/4. JDM, I can answer your question in like a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a quarter. All right, there we go. There we go. So that was the manipulation. Okay, so if I was in your position, JDM, where I was struggling greatly with preemptive apps, what would I do? I would focus on the rest of the run. I would not worry about preemptive apps if it was giving me a lot of trouble, and I would focus on just learning the rest of the run and not worry about step counting yet. Alternatively, if you really want to do step count, if you really want to do that, then learn the new setup and not the one that you're learning right now, because also the one that you're learning right now is for a step route that is not for... I mean, it depends on what category are you trying to run, is what I need to ask as far as that point is concerned. By the way, all of my movement here has to be like literally frame perfect. For the RNG manip, except for in this run. Oh, he said no major skips? Oh, okay. Well then, never mind what I was going to say about learn the new setup. I don't think that there is a new setup for no major skips. I think that you are learning the correct one for NMS, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah. So yeah, that's kind of what I would say is don't bother learning a step route yet. Save that for later. And also, that also means don't do photo skip. If you are not doing a step route, then also don't do photo skip, because it'll kill you. That was weird. Okay, here we have to leave this screen frame perfect as well, but it's really easy because the swinging pole lines us up to the correct frame. As long as we make it to the pole and we don't miss it, right? As long as we make the first cycle of pole swinging, then that pole swing lines us up to the exact frame that we expect to be on. And all of this RNG talk and frame talk is all gonna pay off once we're in the elevator. You'll see why. Oh, and by the way, yeah, I saw something about a moon landing today, that we're doing a new moon landing today. Ah, just circling it. Okay, okay. Right, I mean, we already landed on the moon. What the hell else is there to do with it? Hello. Mia might be getting a little antsy here. Oh, yup. I can't really hear you. Love you. Did you see the crib?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, okay, great. The launch is in 8 minutes? Okay, okay. Let me know how it goes. Huh? Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. It is elevator manip time. So if I did everything right, that means that we are now currently on position 117 of the RNG table. So, I need to... So what we do here is we use a metronome for the first jump, and then all the rest of it is timing, visual cues, buffered inputs, what have you. If I hit floor 15, that means I was frame perfect. "19 is a frame early, 17 is a frame late." Okay, I was a frame early. So our manip is 11, which is a little bad, and then 354. 11, 354. Hey, I'm telling you, if you post a video, people will give you written instructions of how to fix what you got going on. All right, 11, 354. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because I was too late, so we take 2 off of 11. Okay, now we want floor 38, which is going to be after 2. Perfect. All right, now we want floor 47, which is going to be after 4. 4 Big Macs. 1, 2, because I was too late. And then we want floor 59, which is after 3. Okay, so not the fastest manip, but I did it pretty fast though. Like my positioning was perfect every time. Like I had like frame perfect positioning as far as like the way that I do the skip. Or the manip. All right. And there you go. It is sweaty as hell. That is like the sweatiest thing in this run is elevator manip. And now we're past it. It was a successful manip. I'm pretty far behind though. Like basically the barometer of like what's a decent run is getting sub 1 hour on this split, and unfortunately we are many. We're 20 seconds behind what I consider a decent run right now. What does that say versus stairs? I think it's about 2 minutes faster than stairs. And it's about 1 minute faster than average elevator RNG. As very broad strokes. Okay, so here's the guard part. Check it out. As long as you run up here real quick and clear those text boxes quickly, you can get Cloud straight to the middle statue, and then you can run him straight through the next time that they move. Then, you can mash Barrett to the middle statue, and then run him straight through next time they move. Now for Tifa, you gotta look at the guards on the top right, and the next time that they stop moving, boom, mash her all the way through. Then, Cloud goes to the first statue, then all the way through. Barrett goes to the first statue, all the way through. And now Tifa, just chill. Just chill. Move her when there's no danger. Right here, don't bother moving her. There's no point. And then all the way through. And there you go. That's how you do the guards the fastest way. But it's all dependent on, like, when you run into the room, you got to get into position right away. No hesitation. All right, check this out. So the mayor password is actually based on your in-game time. So I'm going to open the menu, and on the bottom right, you could see that the IGT flipped over to 54. 54 means that the password is best. And the way that you calculate that is you divide it by 4 and take the remainder. And if the remainder is 0, then the password is Mako. If the remainder is 1, the password is King. If the remainder is 2, the password is Best. And if the remainder is 3, then the password is Bomb. But it's important, you have to go right when the seconds tick over. You can't just look and then go. You have to like wait for the seconds to tick over so that you know that it's you're hitting on the spot that you expect to be. Run continues to be sweaty after I said it wasn't so sweaty anymore. The thing, Midgar is pretty sweaty in general. Like, Midgar is packed very tight with tech. That was me short farming. I'm just like, I decided I want to start making like shorts about some of the like YouTube shorts about some of these things. So there you go. I just farmed up a couple of shorts to trim down later. Can it be all Shinra employees in the elevator? No. The employee is on floors 29, 38, 47, and 56. But the thing is that you start on floor 6, and the most that you can jump is 15. So that means that the first elevator jump is always a fight. There's no way to get a Shinra employee on the very first jump. After that, though, it can be all employees. And that's exactly what Elevator Manip does. Elevator Manip will generally try to get floor either 15, 17, or 19, because those 3 floors have the fastest fight. And then after that, it will hit 29, 38, 47, and then it doesn't have to hit 56 because you can jump straight from 47 to 59. Ooh, okay. Record the first reactor and upload to Discord, or upload to YouTube and just put a link to your YouTube video on Discord. How goes the run so far? It's pretty slow, you know. It's not a good run so far, but you know. All I have to do is play perfectly and it'll get better, right? Would Red berate you for having an unshaven bag that's way too big for your little balls? So, do your balls have a lot of room to move around, or is the skin just really thick? Like, do you have a really thick scrotum? The bag is huge, the balls are small, so they got a lot of room to move around. I mean, look, I don't think that Red's gonna have any problem with it, so that's me just answering your question as quickly as I can, but, like, I don't know why Red would have a problem. Like, if anybody is gonna have a problem with you having, like, way too, big of a scrotum for your tiny balls, I don't know why Red would take an issue with that. All right. Yo, Empress. Millerman Music also, how's it going? Chaos, how's it going? Yeah, I don't know how to help you as far as the emulator thing goes. I've never used EPSXE myself. I mean, if you can get Cheat Engine working with EPSXE, then you can do like a lot of the same. Well, no, you can't really get Big Shoes working, or you can't really get a visualizer like Big Shoes has. All right, battle right. Oh, that was a little earlier than I expected, actually. I must have gotten bad fractions in the treasure chest room. 1 fight and 3 managers, that is the ideal elevator, yes. Wow, can we leave? Hello? Oh my god, dude, can we go? Also, yeah, just kick the shit out of Tifa the entire time, why don't you? So now I might not be able to bring her to the sample fight. Because her health is too low. I'm gonna anyway. Cheat Engine would be able to display the RAM values, which would be helpful for like people, you know, diagnosing an issue. What it does not do that Big Shoes does is like the formation extrapolator and the visualizer step graph. I'm excited to be a Big Papa. I love it when you call me Big Papa, dude. But yeah. Very excited. I was just saying earlier, I built the crib today, you know? So we got a crib in our crib now. And yeah, Burn, just furiously knitting any chance I get. You know, I got to get these baby clothes finished before she comes. All right, so it's sample time. Big thing about the sample fight is we use ATB weight, and the idea of ATB weight is that we only want time to pass when at least 2 of our characters are gaining ATB, because there's 4 enemies. So like we need to minimize the number of turns that they're getting. Alright, so here we go. Even though Tifa's HP is a little bit low, we take her to the fight because she throws grenades faster than Barret does, and we want her to get more experience. And then here we go, like I was saying about ATB weight. So real quick with Tifa, we're just going to, boom, get into her menu and queue that up as soon as possible. Now, both of our other characters are full, so I'll put that in and then get into Red's menu, but I'm not putting in Red's grenade until Cloud's turn is done. That way, boom, now that time is flowing again, 2 of our characters are gaining ATB, which is much better than 1. Ooh, Cloud got his limit. Check this out now. Now when Cloud throws, he gets that super fast ATB bar. That's excellent for us. And triple poison is really good as well, because Shady Breath is kind of a long animation, and so it's actually ideal for all 3 characters to get poisoned, because if all 3 characters weren't poisoned, he has a chance to do Shady Breath again, which is slow. So yeah, that was a really good sample fight. Does not look like it was a good sample fight on the splits, but that's because of that escape that we got. Oh my god, that Moth Slasher. Here's a preemptive. I actually always forget about this fight, but then I remember like, oh yeah, it's just a preemptive. You can skip that fight though and not have it affect your step route negatively. If you know exactly what frame you're gonna get it on, which is pretty hard. All right. Oh yeah, how'd that moon landing go, eh? I guess they probably haven't actually launched the rocket yet, have they? They're probably just yapping right now. Launched 9 minutes ago. All right. Hey, that's good. Yo, George. How's it going? I'm doing very well. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do if the run dies. If today's run dies, Dragon Quest VI is on the table. Kingsfield is on the table. Probably Dragon Quest, though, because I'm all set up for it. Oh yeah, and as far as which emulator to get, I don't think you need to worry about how taxing it is. Because like the ones that, yeah, it's just probably not going to be a problem. What I'll tell you about the different emulators though is BizHawk is the one that generally has the fewest issues as far as crashing or it's also and it's also very, very easy to BizHawk is very, very easy to use, like the RAM watch tool and stuff like that. The only issue with BizHawk is the load times. The load times simulate a PS1 and there's no way to speed them up. Which means that if you get to learning world map manipulations, you have to make a little bit of an adjustment to get them to work on BizHawk. What's my favorite Dragon Quest game? So far, from the ones that I've beaten, 4 has been my favorite. But I've been really enjoying 6 thus far. Like, 6 is on its way to being my favorite. All right. We get an encounter right now. Oh man, I am behind on steps. Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross? I've never played Chrono Cross. I would like to, though. I would certainly like to. I own it. Oh my God, steps are dead. Fuck. That was such a bad mistake to make, and I've already made too many steps mistakes. I don't think I can get preemptive Genova anymore. I think preemptive Genova is off the table and the run is dead. Dude, that sucks. It's actually very embarrassing to lose a run to steps. Because, look, when you've been running the game as long as I have, you should never lose a run to steps. But, what can I say? I just made too many mistakes. Well, I made, no, it was not your fault at all, One Wings. That was just one of many mistakes that I've made. Ooh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. There's no resetting. I work a regular 9-to-5 job. I do not have time to reset a Final Fantasy VII run over an hour in. Around here, we do the one and done, where if this run dies, we just switch to a different game. But I mean, I'm gonna try to go farther, and we'll see what happens. But the run is in dire jeopardy right now. But yeah, Chrono Cross, though, I've owned forever, and I've been, I want to play it, but I haven't yet. Okay. You do Death Stranding runs. Dude, that sounds cool. I loved Death Stranding. Okay. We're gonna start this way, and then I need to flip Barrett and Aerith's turn order around. Talking to the guards, skip guards? Oh, yeah. Currently waiting on your online console world record time to get verified. Nice. I'm not sure about the mechanics of Chrono Cross. I like to go into stuff totally blind, so yeah, I got no idea. I would like you to shoot Red and not put him to sleep, please. Red and not asleep. Ah. Well, actually, that was fine, too. That crit was actually really lucky, because that gave Barrett his limit break. And that's why I wanted him to shoot Red, was to give Red his limit break. But giving Barrett his limit, that's just as good. Ooh, putting red to sleep, though, is very annoying. But it's funny dying to steps. I think I got I made the mistakes for sure, but B, I think I also got super fucked by fractions because steps were totally fine, like entering Shinra HQ. Oh my god, we have a rare spawn. Hey, buddy. Man, how did I lose 10 seconds? Oh, from red getting put to sleep, yeah. I should implement a 45-minute rule? I mean, okay, so here's the deal, is that... Oh, dog skip! My idea of it being no reset is not arbitrary. The reason is because I work a full-time job. And, like, even if I start a run immediately after work and I don't reset and the run finishes, I'm already pushing it as far as, like, bedtime, relax time, hang out with my wife time, yada yada, you know? So, like, it's not like I just say no reset for no reason. I can't just decide to take 45 more minutes because I think that it would be better that way. If I could reset, I would. That was a really good Rufus fight. See that menu? Hey, buddy. Okay. And yo, what up, Crucial? All right. Let me close this elevator stuff and let me get ready for the world map minute. Whoa, Mia! Ah, jeez. Hang on. We've got the rare spawn here. Here's magic. And then now Mia's trying to get up here. Oh, okay, now she's having a lay down, I guess. But what does Mrs. Dash think about all the Final Fantasy stuff? Well, she's not really into Final Fantasy specifically. But she's always been very encouraging of my speedrunning. And I think she was pretty happy about that YouTube video popping off recently as well. What's the backup game? I'm not exactly sure. I might have a vote, but I think Dragon Quest VI. I would be willing to have a vote between Kingsfield and Dragon Quest VI, though. Poisoned Heart, we got you into Valheim? Nice. Oh, actually, that could even be the backup game. would be more co-op Valheim with Mrs. Dash. We're in the Mistlands right now, so that's pretty exciting. Yesterday was our anniversary, by the way, also, just throwing that out there. So, like, we were gonna play a bunch of Valheim yesterday, but we went out for dinner, and then, I had to do my evening work. So, my evening work got in the way of anniversary Valheim last night. Wedding anniversary or other? It's both. We specifically got married on the day that was also our dating anniversary, so that it would be the same, you know? We don't have to, like, keep track of both or anything. But it was our 15-year dating anniversary, though. What time zone? We're in Central Time. All right. Hang on a second. We gotta pay attention to some values here. And yo, Reaper. All right, here we go. 222 is right on target. $135 is right on target, so this is actually a little tricky. All right, so here's 2. $228 is over damaging. Okay, so here comes bolt number 3. On a back attack even felt. So it's very funny that it can miss. 224, okay. So we gotta skip a grenade. So bolt number 4, grenade here, and then... and then hold that back. Here's bolt number 5. 232, good thing I held back, okay? And then we finish him off here. Yo, Kiefler. And then that grenade should finish him. Finish him. All right, 45 plus 36 is 81, so it's like 131, 21. There is a 26. 26 is good. So we can take 26 or 35 are the ones that I like. 26 and 35 I like. So we're talking about world map manipulation. The world map, RNG, is seeded based on your in-game time as it initializes. So I've got a notepad document of a bunch of different IGTs and what to do if you're on that IGT in order to minimize world map encounters. So check it out. I want to leave at either 131.26 or 35. So there's Barrett skip. Just in time for 26. 131. 26. I went a little bit early, but it'll be fine. And then on this one, you go 1. Oh my god. Oh my god! 2 frames left, and then you menu. I don't know why that took me so many fucking attempts to do a 1 frame input left. Holy shit. But anyway, okay, so now I've done it. And now diagonal movement makes you go 5% faster. And then... And then now we'll get a fight about right now. So that's the manip. Would I do this full time? I tried. I did actually stream full time for a couple of years. But I did not quite make it to the level of financial stability that I need to, like, have a house and a kid and, you know, like, advance in life. All right, 51 is like 74, so 133.14. $133.14. We can take 13 as a preempt. Let's do it. 13 as a preempt. Boom. So what I did there is normally you would put it on ATB wait here in order to make catching the chocobo safer, but I know that this IGT gives a preemptive. And so instead of putting it on ATB wait, I can keep it on active. I can buffer up in circle to throw a grenade at the Mandragora, and then queue up a big shot while that goes off. And there you go. Now we caught a chocobo without having to put it into ATB wait. So that's really good. Very fast. Oops. Ooh, okay. And yo, Hyrule. None of my hundo records have not been beaten. Okay, so now is when we'll know whether the run is fucked. And it's gonna be whether or not I can reach. Ooh. Okay, so we're behind. Man, what do I do about this? I'm gonna try to fix it. I'm gonna try to fix this. And we'll see if it works. Because I did not make it to the setup position. Which means that I am now behind on step ID. As far as the step ID that I'm supposed to be on to get the Genova preemptive, I'm behind. And so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna skip part of the setup in order to make it so that I get to her on an earlier step ID, which will hopefully be the one that we want. Ah! Run's dead. Again. This is another run killing thing. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I was reading chat. I'm gonna be so real with you guys right now. I was reading chat. And I did not see the snake there. So now, in order to do calm skip, I have to do this. And then we have to do the first movement again. He tried to get me again right there, dude. Oh my god, dude, this snake is after me today. Offline runners have an advantage? You know what? I don't necessarily think so. And here's why. For me, if I were running this game off stream, I would have to be like watching a stream or something while I did it. in order to make it less boring, and that would be so much more distracting. Okay, there's Calm Skip. My yell scared the shit out of you. Oh, sorry. No way to fix? No way to fix what? I mean, the problem that happened with fighting the Midgar Zolom is that we lost over a minute. Do you see the splits right now? That's the issue. Getting caught and having to start Calm Skip over from the start just cost over a minute. $35? I think you buy 35? Yeah, 35 is right. I meant to buy 10 potions and I only bought 9, but like that's fine. That doesn't really matter. JDM, are you trolling? Are you trolling? Because you're annoying the shit out of me. You're doing if you're trolling, you're succeeding. Do I have a CRT for retro games? I have 2. I've got a PVM down here for like RGB video for oh god, what's with my party? Okay, my party's actually also dead because of the Midgar Zolom. I forgot that the Midgar Zolom also does a whole bunch of damage. And so now my party's dead. He attacked Cloud there? Okay, as long as he bubbles Cloud, we're actually fine here. Okay, if he bubbles Cloud, then we're fine. Ah, dang. Well, this is actually also fine. Because Barrett dying doesn't really matter here.
Sucks a lot.
Except it does seem like it changed his behavior a little bit right there, though. Like, the game kind of froze there for a second. Did you notice that? I don't know, maybe that's normal. I don't think that doesn't happen. No, that doesn't happen when he's bubbled. I do feel like continuing for a bit just because, you know, we haven't literally game overed. So I might as well see if I can fix the preemptive Genova problem. Yeah, we got first try poison, which is fun. The fact that we got first try poison and like and Bombswell's second attack was on Cloud kind of saved us there. What's the time loss? Oh, man. I mean, so the biggest thing is I accidentally got caught by the Midgar Zolom during Calm Skip and had to start over. That was the biggest thing. Beyond that, honestly, I just got really unlucky on a bunch of stuff earlier. And you might be like, Dash, you've been saying that you were playing poorly this whole time, and that's why you're behind on steps. Yeah, but that didn't cost any time. As far as us being behind on time, that was pretty much bad luck. So this run has basically been just a disaster the entire time. I've been getting unlucky, which has been costing time. I've been playing poorly, so I've been getting behind on steps. And then I got caught by the Midgar Zolom and lost a minute to that. Oh, but yeah, to get back to the question about CRTs, I have a 20-inch PVM in the studio here for retro gaming on stream, and then I've got a 27-inch regular CRT. It's a Sony Wega Trinitron with YPBPR video upstairs. So on that one, I've got an RGB to YPBPR converter for all of my RGB stuff, and then of course, component stuff just goes directly in, and that thing looks amazing. So like in the family room, just like everyday retro gaming, I've got that 27-inch, and then for streaming, I've got the PVM. I got you, JDM. Yeah. Okay, so as far as fixing steps goes, that hasn't changed. When I was saying that the run was dead earlier, I was just referring to getting caught by the Midgar Zolom losing a minute. So now we're just mega behind, and this run is terrible. But, like, if you're a beginner, this would be totally fine. Because, you know, it's not literally dead, it's just behind. Yo, old knight. This is control air. And yo, Rainbow Rare. And I'm glad to hear it. You know what's something that I really, really like about YouTube streaming versus Twitch streaming is on YouTube. First of all, it seems like a lot more people watch the VODs on YouTube than they do on Twitch. But then even if people do watch the VODs on Twitch, they can't comment on them. So I don't know that they're watching them, you know? But like on YouTube, people leave comments, and then I'm like, oh shit, people are watching the VOD and commenting. That's awesome. Was I into X-Files back in the day? Oh yeah. I used to get home from grade school. I used to get home from school, put on the Sci-Fi Channel, make a bag of microwave popcorn, and watch X-Files every day. When you're behind on steps, is it fixable? Yes. Oh, it's absolutely fixable. The big punishment that's going to happen, the reason I'm so concerned about it is because we're going to miss the preemptive opportunity for the Genova Birth boss fight. And that's going to make Genova Birth a lot more dangerous, and it's going to make it take more grenades, which may or may not matter. But it's going to make it take longer, be more dangerous, and then maybe also put my grenade count in jeopardy for later stuff. But yeah, as far as just like being on steps and formations and all that is still totally fine. Like right now, I'm only about 1 step behind route, which is basically nothing. It's just any amount off kills the preempt. And yo, I need money for stuff. Welcome on in. Glad to hear it. Glad to have you. Wasn't X-Files on Fox? Yeah. When it was new. Whoa, I thought I was the other blue guy. Oh my god, I have to stop reading chat. I have to stop reading chat while I'm doing like an important thing like that. Yes, you can be ahead of steps, absolutely. What was I talking about though? When X-Files was new, it was on Fox. But then like later, when I was in like high school, right? I would watch it on. I would watch reruns on the Sci-Fi Channel. Because that's where it was on at the right time. You know what I mean? Okay, we now have Mia walking around behind the computer, messing with the cables. As always, trying my best to ignore her, but you know, it's a little tricky. But yeah, I don't really remember when it was new. Is she trying to get a reaction out of me? Oh yeah, she wants attention. Magic's on my lap now, though. Speaking of Magic being on my lap, oh man, I'm getting warm. I am 35. I am exactly 35. That's right. Apex Wolf, thank you for subscribing. Does button mashing do something when there's no text boxes? No, it's just like, it's a lot easier to just do a consistent fast mash throughout an entire cutscene than it is to try to time every single text box. Like, if you were just pressing circle once per text box to try to time it, I guarantee you would lose more time than what I'm doing. Okay, I know which blue guy I am this time. As someone count the mashes, you know what? We've talked about that a lot. Where like I have the input display, and so I feel like it would be fun to try to hook a script into the input display to count the circle presses. But you know, I've never gotten around to actually doing it. Sherungus, thanks for subscribing. Why not use a controller with autofire? It's a different category. So I actually do have a 633 on this category with a turbo controller. But the most competitive times and the most competitive leaderboard is the one that doesn't use turbo. And so, you know, that's the reason why, is just to be on, you know, be in the most competitive category. But yeah, I did run with turbo exclusively for like over 2 years because, well, I had like a wrist pain back then, so I had to run with turbo, and I really like turbo. Never really knew what turbo was for on normal gameplay. Yeah, I casually, it really doesn't do a whole lot for you, I don't think. I had this controller, dude, I had this fucking Mad Catz controller when I was younger for PS1 that I swear, it like, I think that they programmed this in specifically. It would automatically turn turbo on if you pressed a button a lot. So I would be playing Crash Bandicoot, and the controller would automatically turn turbo on for the X button because I was pressing jump a lot. And you know what that does? It makes it so that then when you try to hold the X button to do a big jump, it puts through turboing, which is a small jump because it's only a tap. So I'd be playing Crash Bandicoot, minding my own business, and then one of the times that I tried to jump, the Crash would jump 2 inches into the air straight into a pit because of the fucking Mad Catz, dude. Ooh. So like for some, I feel like for some people hating on Mad Catz is trendy. Not for me, bro. That's my reason. That's my trauma. All right. Oh, man. Okay, we are about to figure out whether or not I can fix preemptive Genova. FF7 main theme banger, underrated. The main theme of FF7, I think, is an underrated song when people talk about this game's soundtrack. Or underappreciated, maybe. Sid plays. First time watching, you've come into a pretty bad run, but I'm doing what I can. I'm trying to recover it here. But it's, this run does not have a chance to PB. I'm just gonna try to make it as fun as possible. Or, you know, as fast as possible. Yeah, like the world map music. And yo, Balio. PB is personal best. Hang on. I got a menu before I pay any more attention to chat. I did that a little slowly because I changed how I do that part. Okay, here we go. Here's if I can fix it. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go straight in, and then I'm only gonna hold up to skip a step here. And hopefully skipping a step right there fixed steps and put us on the preemptive step ID. Hopefully. Let's see if I fixed it. Ah, I did not fix it. Look at that bullshit. Oh, man. Please don't stop him. Please don't stop. Ay, that's bad, dude. Oh, this is rough. We're losing time. And we're losing time my fault. I screwed up steps. So now we didn't get the preemptive. And not having the preemptive is really bad. I'm also losing a bunch of Bravers because now Cloud is third in the turn order, so he can't cast Braver here. Okay, now at least that's fixed. She's double! Of course she's double tail lasering when I don't... dude, this is... Oh, this is rough. Okay, here comes finally our first Braver of the Genova Birth fight. Oh my god, it's bad. Which is Braver number... Reno, Apps, Reno. That was Braver number 5. That was Braver number 5. Tifa's gonna die. Of course, she avoids shooting Cloud. Now when Cloud finally has an empty limit bar, now she avoids shooting him. Oh my god. Can't I use elixirs? The problem that we're having right now is not elixir related, but also I do not have any elixirs. Okay, now end it. Don't shoot anyone else. Okay, stop shooting. Okay, there we go. So now we got Braver number 6. Braver number 6 in the house. Red's dead now, by the way. Red's dead, baby. Red's dead. Oh, Tifa might be dead too, actually. No, not quite. Okay, good. Now we can get, Oh, okay. So we didn't quite get that Braver. All right. So this is pretty bad. We lost another minute to, we lost another minute to bad gameplay and bad... Like, that is a classic example, by the way. I want to talk about something real quick, which is that it looks like I got really bad RNG on that fight, and I did, right? That was bad RNG. However, the only reason that RNG was even possible is because I screwed up. You know what I mean? Like, as far as, oh, this person gets good RNG, this person always gets bad RNG, and that kind of discussion, here's the thing, is that it was only possible to get bad RNG there because of my mistake, right? So it doesn't count as bad RNG. That's just me getting what I deserve, really. All right. I don't think red dying there matters. I think we'll be totally fine. It is gonna get me a little bit less money in Rocket Town because that's AP that he's not getting on the Sense materia. Assuming he still has Sense equipped. Which I'm not even sure if that's true, come to think of it. By the way, Sparrowgrass, I see you there. Hello. By the way, I'm so far behind on time now that I don't even have a world map manip for this time range. I am outside of the window that I have on the document. So we just gotta YOLO the next world map section. Luckily, though, it's not that bad. The next world map section. Can I use the ones from Hundo? I probably could, yeah. I bet they're there. But we'll see. We'll see if it even matters. Because this is like one of the this is one of the least important world map manips. Okay, so I have to Phoenix down you. And then we just go, right? We just go, I think. Oh! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! It might matter. Well, no, this should actually be fine. Right? Because now it takes 5 seconds. Oh, no, this is bad. I'm very likely to get a double encounter here now. Yep, punished. Once again. Getting 2 encounters here is bad RNG, but it's only possible because I made a mistake. And then, well, and by mistake, what I mean is I just didn't do the world map manip because I don't have a manip for this time range. Okay, 2.5 steps after this. Okay, leave out items to save time. If I could, I would have already done that. You know? 1, 2.5. as in like basically the route is as optimized as possible, I think. Well, there is a greater answer to your question though, which is that you can skip grabbing long range. It saves like a minute to skip long range. However, that's something that you have to commit to at the time of calm skip, and it's a totally different step route. And so it's not even commit to it at the time of calm skip. It's you have to plan to do that from the start because the step route is completely different. But that is something that that some top level runners do, is skip the long range materia. I personally don't fully think that it's worth it yet. I'm not sold on it being worth it yet. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. Enemy back row? Yes, that is a mechanic. Okay, pet peeve, which applies to this and RE2 and Parasite Eve, when signage in the game environment is clearly a computer typeface and not rendered with the scenery by the artist. I gotcha, yeah. I know what you mean. Because it would be on like a sign that they didn't put through a printer. It would be like, it'd be like a wooden sign where it's carved or burned in or whatever, right? So why would it be like a computer typeface? I hear ya. The thing is though, they have computers in this universe. And so maybe the wood burner was just really good at Times New Roman. "11 steps after this fight. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Do I have any thoughts on using analog stick for field movement? Yes. My thought is that that sounds awful and I hate it. Because it's still 8-directional, right? Like, this game doesn't have analog movement. You would just be having to use... Whoa, we got the right arm! That saves 40 seconds! Right arm saves 40 seconds. Of course you get the right arm on the run that's 3 minutes behind. Why wouldn't that be the case? Oh boy, I should be double thumbing this part. I thought that cutscene was a little bit shorter. Option for changing rows like FF9 would be a good or bad idea. Hang on a second. Sorry. This and this. Yeah. Option for changing roles like FF9, good, bad idea in FF7. I don't know what your question is. It sounds good, Cranky. All right, here we get to chill for a second. Man, this cat is just is just flopped over my legs. Are you supposed to be using D-pad? Oh yeah, dude. If you're using the analog stick, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that that is the cause for all of your step problems. 100% of your step problems is because you're using an analog stick. Now, if you're using like some fuck-ass Xbox 360 controller, then you're also gonna have problems using the D-pad, because that thing is a fucking affront to humanity. But, you know, if you're using like a PS5 is pretty, controller is pretty easy to connect to PC, and, you know, that D-pad is alright. I am dumb. I did that thing again. Man, I think I have dementia or something. Like, something is happening in my brain where I feel like I'm becoming mentally incapable of speedrunning this game. Because what just happened right there was I sat there the entire cutscene thinking to myself, remember, there's a selection after that one text box. Remember, after that one text box, there's a selection. And then when I got to the selection, I didn't remember which option to choose. I remembered that there was a selection there, but I didn't think about which thing to pick. You can tell now I'm starting to get embarrassed. The hoodie has to come off when I'm getting embarrassed. It's the dad morphosis? Yeah. My brain it's kicking all the FF7 out, so it can make room for you know, fatherly things like, you know, the most optimal path for mowing my lawn and snow plowing my my driveway, and you know. When was the last time Mrs. Dash rotated her tires on her car, right? I'm thinking about that kind of shit now. You work in a tire shop? Not asking for confirmation to dox yourself or anything, but I hope it's Discount Tire. That place is awesome. I'm a big fan of Discount Tire. Rotate the tires and oil change probably overdue. I will take care of both of those things for you. Well, I mean, honestly, though, you just go to the place for the oil change, I'll say. Like, I don't think changing your own oil is worth the time investment, as well as, like, having to bother with how to dispose of your old oil and yada yada, you know? I just go to the place and get the oil changed. It's worth it. Yo, Fact, thank you for the good luck. It ain't gonna save this run, though. This run is a disaster. Have I heard about the SMB1 drama? Is it about Ace? I know that they found Ace in SMB2 a while ago, and then I watched the first half of Cosmic's new video about Ace in SMB1, but I didn't get to the SMB1 part yet. You know, I just saw like the whole recap about SMB2. Yo, Eric. Yo, Cornfed. That's exactly what you'll get, a $2 tire? Yeah. I just got new tires on my car. So I'm riding around on freshies this year. It's about the speedrunner having the rules changed against him with receipts. Okay, no, I didn't hear about that. What is the best to speedrun this game on? If you have access to a slim PS2, I think that's the best way. The PlayStation version of this game is the best. And then I also prefer hardware over emulator because of, like, less latency, right, and that kind of stuff. Like, it just, the actual hardware, I think, just feels way better. Like, I think it's really difficult to practice on emulator, even, because of the little bit of, like, audio delay. It makes menuing way harder. Power tripping mods on SMB1? That's crazy to hear. I actually used to speedrun SMB1. That was my speed game before Final Fantasy VII. There was a long time in between them, though, you know. Like, I ran SMB1, then I spent years not speedrunning anything, and then I started speedrunning FF7. But yeah, I have, like, a 19... I don't know, actually. I ran warpless. I ran SMB1 warpless. Do I ever bail on a run, or do I always see it through? I bail on runs every once in a while. Here's what actually happens most of the time, is the moment that something bad happens, I want to quit. I want to bail the run. But then I think, like, I kind of want to see if, like, I can fix it, or I want to see if I can save time on the next part or something. And then, so basically, like, I tell the chat, I tell the viewers, like, oh, this run's dead, I'm gonna quit, I'm gonna switch to a different game, what game should we switch to? And then I don't switch, then I just keep playing FF7. It happens all the time. Nifsky put out a video. Is it Nifsky that's, like, the victim of it, or is it just his thoughts on it happening to somebody else? You know what? I feel like reacting to Nifsky's video would be really good. Would be a good thing to do. Because as a speedrun moderator for a different game, and as somebody who used to speedrun SMB1, I feel like I might have some insight, you know? You know what's funny about Nifsky, though? Is, I know he plays on keyboard. I actually made, like, I designed and built a NES, a keyboard controller for the NES. How long is that video? Cause yeah, I'll watch it. If this run like dies, I'll watch it. All right. Menu time. We do this. What's on my shirt? Niveous. Niveous. They are a brand new black metal band from Wisconsin. And they're, in fact, they're so new that, they only have an EP out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I saw them open for Silva and they fucking kicked ass, dude. They were so good. I just went and bought a shirt right then and there. When is it dead? If I get a game over. Oh, actually, let's do a braver here. Yes, escapes are RNG. I can get more into it when I'm not, paying close attention. Come on. There we go. When's the next hundo run? There might never be one again. And I'm just being real, because I'm gonna have a kid in 2 weeks. Yo, Brutals. Thank you for the good luck. And yeah, Croco basically got the answer right there for you. The game calls RNG every frame at 15 frames per second, because most of the battle logic is 15 frames per second. Calls RNG every frame if you are holding R1 and L1, and it is in ATB time mode, not ATB wait mode, then it will check that RNG value against some threshold that I'm not sure what it is. And if it passes the threshold, then it reduces your escape counter by 1. And when your escape counter reaches 0, you escape. Most battles, the escape counter starts at 1, but some are higher. I'm not sure how high they go. But like Midgar Zolom, for example, it's greater than 1, so it's harder to run away from that battle. Alright, here's some time save for you. We got that right arm, which just one-shots dying here. And he didn't counter, so that was basically a perfect dying fight. Except for him going first. Any recommendations for YouTube videos about that sort of thing? I have like a 50-part tutorial on this route. Which involve, and the reason it's 50 parts is because I go as in-depth as I can about every mechanic. But there is some stuff that I know more about now than I used to. So like for battle RNG, for example, Ace Zephyr has a really good, video about battle RNG specifically. Or, you know, for some things, if you just, Google or YouTube search, I mean, like the specific mechanic you're wondering about. Or if you go on GameFAQs, there is a battle mechanics guide written by Terrence Ferguson that is insanely revealing about a lot of the game's, like, very in-depth and unspoken mechanics. Like how exactly the randomness of the damage rolls is done. What exactly all the different statuses do and at what part of the damage calculation they do them. All that kind of stuff. I don't have any plans to run any other Final Fantasies, no. If I learned a different RPG speedrun, it would be Mario RPG. And no promises that that's happening. I'm just saying that that's the one I would be interested in. Yes, there is a turbo category, yes. If you go on speedrun.com/FF7 and you're looking at any leaderboard, there is a turbo, no turbo toggle. Not a lot of people run turbo, though. At least not on PlayStation. On PC, a lot of people run turbo. But that's because on PC, you just, like, set Steam input up and it takes 2 seconds and boom, you have turbo. On PlayStation, you have to get a special controller. All right. Practice my single frame inputs a little bit here. I don't have instructions for optimizing DuckStation, because I don't use it really. Well, I don't use it outside practice, and even for practice, I don't really like using it. I mean, basically, though, what I can tell you is I think that my DuckStation settings are essentially just vanilla settings. I don't think I change anything. And Flavio Biker, welcome on in. How's Mrs. Dash doing? She is very pregnant. She's having quite a bit of trouble moving around, you know. Baby's just kicking the shit out of her all the time. We're definitely there, you know. We're definitely coming up on the finish line. Oh yeah, also 4-8 Productions has a video about that's like just like general enemy trivia. That is a great video. It's like 10 hours long of enemy trivia. It's awesome. How am I doing? Oh, better than ever. Life's good, gaming's good, streaming's good. I'm doing great. And yeah, it's our first kid. Let's see, 28 or 33? Okay, 33. $33 and 2 menus. Two menus. Nice. That manip right there was actually a dash special. That was me. But I mean, it was using Ace's World Map Simulator though. Ace made a World Map Simulator in Python. And then also taught me how to write scripts for it. And then I wrote a script for finding side attacks on beach plugs. As far as when to menu right there, all that matters is that you menu after, like, so what you do right there, the way that you do that manip, is you go straight down into the Cosmo Canyon skip position, exit the buggy, and then press down until Cloud bonks. And then from there, you add right. And you just hold down and right until you get the fight. And as far as the menus go, there's just a certain number of menus you need to do during the down right. The timing of it doesn't matter as long as you do it soon. Okay, that was a pretty good Cosmo Canyon skip. Oh, and yeah, Dirge. Yep. Terrence Ferguson is the writer of the game facts that I was talking about. Could we survive Aqualung? I think so, yeah. We could get Aqualung, but it doesn't save enough time. Can't manage guard skip? Well, it turns out that you were doing it with an analog stick, so I think you'll be ship shape once you get that figured out. Pretty cool. Limit break for Cloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, this is a big menu. Big menu time. Oh, sorry, Nerdtim. I thought you were someone else. Ah, jeez. Two. Okay. So 1, 2. Don't crit. Thank you. Hell combo is still the most annoying opener. Look at that. It almost put her into critical HP. What an annoying opener. That's why we clear her limit break. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. And now he's gonna kill her. Oh my fucking god, that's annoying. Holy fucking shit. I don't know if I can recover from this. I just completely fucked the dog right there. What do I do? What do I do? We have to potion the boss. God, that was such a huge mistake. Such a huge mistake. Okay. All right. $72, we want 27. 25. Okay. One tick. Two ticks. Oh, that was terrible. Okay, what do you take 10 seconds off, right? So 38, 22? 23 is a delay in 0, 38, 23. Or 38, 20 is a hold in 0. Whoop. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't do anything right. Holy shit. Okay. I also need to trank Tifa. Okay. So what happened there, right? That boss fight was a complete disaster. Why? Well, firstly, him hell combo opening is like really annoying. But the real issue there was I accidentally fat fingered left when I was on Tifa's menu, which put her over to row change. So then I row changed with her instead of doing what I was supposed to do with her, which A, skips her turn uselessly, and then B, puts her in the front row to take double damage from Materia Keeper's next attack. And then of course Materia Keeper targeted her with his next attack and killed her. So that was the issue. So once again, as I always say, like, was it so like, yes, we got worst possible RNG, basically, which is hell combo opener on Tifa, and then after I did the row change, of course he attacked Tifa again, which is like, okay, yeah, that's really bad RNG, but once again, as always, it was only a problem because I made a mistake. It wouldn't have been a problem if I didn't make that mistake. Gem ring. Nine X. Okay, we can buy 2 Molotovs and a soft. 2 Molotovs. 2 Molotovs and a soft. I also have to pee like really bad. I've had to pee. I have not gone to the bathroom once yet during this run, and it's because I've got Magic on my lap. Magic is so rarely on my lap that you know, I don't want to disturb him when he's here. So I haven't gotten up to the bathroom yet. And now here we are, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the run, and I have to pee really bad. And yeah, sorry I couldn't like explain the Materia Keeper strat a little bit more thoroughly while I was doing it. It's just that like things were going to hell, you know, so I had to just lock in and like fix the fight. And then I'll talk about the steps thing in a minute. Which boss is the hardest? Schizo. That's what I would say. Materia Keeper is very hard at first. Very hard at first. So, like, if you're just learning the run, expect to have maybe the most trouble with Materia Keeper. It is a hard fucking strat to learn. And, like, I spent many evenings when I first started running this practicing that fight and being bad at it, you know? But once you really get it down, and once you really start to understand ATB and manipulating ATB, it's not too bad. Okay, bathroom break coming up soon, and then I'll come back and I'll talk about steps a little bit more in depth. Be right back. Glory Seeker, welcome, hello. Yo, Whiskey Tom. Oh my god! See, that's the problem with waiting 2 hours and 45 minutes to take your first piss break during the run, is that now that I waited that long, I had to take the longest piss of all time. And I didn't have time for it. I was sitting there pissing the whole time going, oh man. There's no way I'm getting back in time. All right. I'll at least have you guys know though the piss was great. Oh man, it was a S tier piss. All right, here we go. Ooh, Cloud is first on ATB, meaning we can just buffer down and circle. Okay, here we are once again wanting Palmer to get poisoned. You can beat this fight without him getting poisoned, but like, poison does a lot of damage to him, so we would really prefer it if he got poisoned. There it is. And if you beat him without poison, you end up losing a lot of, you know, it takes a lot of Molotovs. Bro, lay off of Tifa. Hey, all right. He skipped a turn. He skipped another turn. All right, so here we have a little bit of time loss to the P break. Plus, that was a kind of a slow Palmer fight. It took a while for him to get poisoned, and then also he like wasn't skipping very many turns. Every one of his turns, he has a chance to skip. If everybody is in sadness, by the way. For some reason, the way that it's coded is every one of his turns, he has a chance to taunt the party, like slap his ass, taunting the party. But if everybody is under sadness when that random chance triggers, he will just skip his turn entirely instead. I'm guessing the reason that that's a mechanic, I'm guessing they must have intended the mechanic to be something more like him slapping his ass gave somebody sadness, or maybe gave somebody fury. And then the intention of the mechanic was that then he won't do it if everybody already has that status. But that mechanic isn't actually there. All right, now we are coming up on one of the, probably the most difficult world map manipulation in the run. Yo, Gamer Dad from 83. All right, so we can take 30, 32 is a really good one if we can make that. Otherwise, 36, 37, 38. Oh, okay, we're way past that. It looks like it's going to be 43, 45, 50. Okay, 45. 50, I mean. 50. Okay. So we got 210. 210. So what does that mean? It means I gotta not bump into anything. Then go up to line 2 here. This makes it so that we reach the beach on a specific RNG value. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cloud arm swings. Oh, I didn't do it right? Are you serious? I wonder what I did wrong. Maybe my line 2 position wasn't right. But other than that, I feel like I did that perfectly. My line 2 position had to have been wrong. Or, okay, one fight isn't bad, though. Okay, I had some extra money. And so I can buy Molotovs and a soft. That was just to avoid encounters, and the main reason to try to avoid encounters there, besides it being faster, is that the Joker enemy, the card enemy, has a chance to throw cards, and that animation is super long. So, like, it's really good to not get any encounters so that you don't see that animation. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what I did wrong on that manip. It was there was two possibilities. I either entered the world map at the wrong time, or my positioning on line 2 wasn't good. Okay, so yeah. So the thing about steps. So two things to say, or a few things to say about steps. Firstly, the encounters on the world map are a completely isolated, different system from steps, and thus encounters that you get in dungeons. So then secondly, okay, so what does positioning have to do with steps? Per field, position doesn't matter. Per field, position doesn't matter. So like when you are moving around and the game is incrementing your danger and checking for a battle every 8 frames as it does, the only things it cares about for your danger level, for like your player position is A, whether you're walking or running, and B, what field you're in. And every pre-rendered background, right? Every room in the game is a field. So it does matter what field you're in, because different fields have different danger incrementations. That's like why there's that cave. If you saw like the video about like the Carl Jobs thing covered and stuff, the reason that cave has a different number of steps that you need to take depending on where you get the fight is because that dungeon has a higher danger incrementation than the dungeon following. So it's not like your position within the room matters for the encounter logic, but what matters is how many danger ticks did you spend in that room before you got out of it, because that's going to change how much danger you got versus if you were able to exit the room right away, in which case you would have gotten very little danger. So yeah, so does that answer the question? Every field has a defined danger curvature. Could a person train themselves to stutter walk like the task? I don't think so. I think that you could do it for a little bit, right? Like how players are able to do like the quick charging for Speed Booster in Super Metroid, right? I think it's very similar to that. But it's more precise than that, and you would theoretically have to carry it for way, way, way longer. And if you ever screwed it up, you can't get back on track, you know? There's no visual indicator or anything. The only way to get back on track for the stutters would be after you got a fight. But, like, at that point, you got a fight that you're probably not supposed to get because you were off steps because you're not stuttering properly anymore. You know what I mean? Now, there is something that folks do that that is not the same thing, but it's related. Which is, consider this, right? Consider this, Felt. The game... So how fractions work, fractions increment every frame that you move. And when they roll over to 0, on the 8th frame, right? They roll over to 0. That's when the danger increments, and that's when the battle check occurs. Which means that every time that you get into a battle, your fractions are always 0. So that means that after a battle, if you're behind, like, if you want to, like, catch up, or maybe you even want to make a step route that requires you to do this, after a battle, you can wait for the screen to fade in, you know, so that you know what you're doing, and then you can run for 7 frames, and then start walking, and then you can take a half a step less. And you can do that every time if you want, right? And I want to say that Luzbel's long-range step route actually, like, kind of requires this at one point. But I'm not positive. Don't quote me on that. But there's, like, one spot that I think you have to do that. But yeah, so, like, that's something that you can do to catch up on steps. And then if you, like, really, really wanted to make a step route that required it, that was so tight that it requires it, you could do that as well. But I think it would lose you some time, though. The fast version of what I'm saying is that just in general, instead of waiting for the screen to fade in before you take your steps, what you should do, as long as you know that it's safe, right? Which is just certain fights it's not safe. What you should do is you should buffer running out of a fight, and then as soon as you can see, stop and take your steps then. And there's 2 reasons to do this. Firstly, it's faster to not wait for the screen to fade in before you start walking. Secondly, what that does is, because you ran until you can see and then you started walking, that means that instead of starting your walking on fraction 0, you started your walking on an arbitrary fraction, which I wouldn't recommend walking less because you did that, but I would say that it's technically safer, right? Like, if you need to walk 64 frames, let's say, because it's that many battle checks, well, that's not actually 64 frames required if you ran first. It's only 64 frames if you're starting on fraction 0. If you're starting on fraction 1, you only have to walk 63 frames. If you're starting on fraction 2, you only have to walk 62 frames, right? And so what I'm saying is, the reason that, like, top level runners, you see them buffer running out of a fight and then they stop and start walking, it's because what they're doing is, again, A, it's faster, they're not waiting to see. B, what you do is, let's say it's 64, let's say it's 8 battle checks, so it's 64 frames of walking. You run out of the battle and then you walk 64 frames anyway. And what the arbitrary fraction does is it just gives you a little bit of safety, right? Because you actually walk not 64 frames, you actually probably walk 70 frames, right? But either way, it's just a little bit safer to start on not fraction 0. And Filthy Casual, by the way, hello, welcome. Think of it as a rhythm thing and not frames. So what happens, though, when you hit your first loading screen, and then now there's loading time between, like, in the middle of one of your steps, in the middle of one of your stutter steps, there's a loading time to deal with. Is the danger level on the world map everywhere the same? On the world map, it depends on the ground type that you're standing on. So, like, grass versus dirt versus beach versus forest versus snow. Those all have different danger incrementations. Does Cloud's animation sync up with fractions? I'm actually not sure. I should know because I have an emote of Cloud's walking animation. So like I should know how many frames it is, right? But I don't. Because I made that forever ago. Yeah, I'll check that out here, Kino, for sure. Don't worry, Demon's Gate is gonna crit me and kill the run again, and then we'll watch that Nifsky video. Do Chocobo tracks affect danger? I don't think so. I'm actually not positive what the Chocobo track behavior is. Like if it's a special ground type, or I don't think it's a special ground type. I think around the Choco Ranch it's just grass. Oh, hang on a second. I'm supposed to be paying attention to something. And I fucked it up. Okay. I didn't do the world map manip, so we're just YOLOing it because I ran straight out of town instead of opening the menu to look at my IGT. Don't card me, bro. Here it is. We're getting carded because I'm an idiot. I was just not paying attention, and I didn't do the world map manip. I just ran straight out. Oh my god. Oh my god, get in the buggy. Oh, fucking. Oh, holy shit. I swear, I feel like something's wrong with my brain today. Like, the way that I am... The mistakes I'm making and shit are just... What am I even doing? Like, I've never been this not locked in before. And part of it's just being rusty, of course. Instant spiderweb steal is really good. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. That's what we were saying earlier, Gamer Dad. My brain is already evacuating all of its FF7 muscle memory and replacing it with dad things. Alright, so here there is a little bit of world map that we can't manipulate, or if we could, it just wouldn't be worth it. But it is a potential run killer, which is getting a fight. Oh! I split too early. Is it the fight? It's not the fight. Okay. On this part, you can get into a fight that's a pincer with bugs that berserk the party, and that can totally kill the run. Have I gotten the lizard pincer? On the way into Gongaga? Yeah. But yeah, to answer the question from earlier, though, that I was thinking about, and then my world map shenanigans kind of distracted me. I believe Chocobo tracks are not a unique ground type. And so, like, the ones that are on grass just have grass danger, and the ones that are on snow just have snow danger. And it's something else about those triangles that make them Chocobo triangles, but I'm not 100% sure about that. All right, battle here. Oh, this is good steps that we got down the vine before the fight. Will I stream and commentate on runs? Yeah, probably. I'll still do that. Yo, Jabe. One, two, three, 4, 5. So right there, for example, instead of taking those steps right away, it was faster to run to the chest and then take the steps. Oh my god. Good thing I'm ahead on steps. So I accidentally just ran past that. President is addressing the nation in 20 minutes? At 8 p.m.? I can't imagine being the president. Just like basically at work 24/7 for 4 years. Holy shit, dude. He just disappeared, Nerd Tim. I never heard back. I'm Central Time, yeah. He ain't working. Pfft, I think he's working. I think he's definitely working. I do hear, yeah, the presidential golf course, though, I'm sure gets a lot of attention. That's for sure. If you can imagine, though, if you're the president and you're at a golf course, how often are you getting called, though, about this, that, or the other thing? How often are you there not just relaxing, but you're there with someone that you're, like, discussing something with? He's sleeping half the time in the meetings? That's the last guy. We've had a new guy for like a year now. $35 is the president age? I forgot about that. Little St. James. Did you guys hear about Epstein's Xbox Live account? I can't remember the name of it. It was like Little Saint Jeff. Little Saint Jeff, right? And that, yeah, apparently it was active on Fortnite. All right, hang on, I got a menu. Oh. Yeah, active recently. Yes, that's what I meant. And April Fools. I was thinking about. Here's the thing. I was thinking about streaming in like the Kingdom Hearts category as a joke today, but I don't want Kingdom Hearts category to be on my on my Twitch account. GamerDad, thanks for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. You got FF6 in your cart on Steam. Pixel remaster, I'm guessing? Taking inspiration from Popo. Oh yeah, that's true. Just put like piss into the game category, or like world's biggest boobs, or whatever the hell all the games that he streams under are. So I do have a cat that's acting like he wants to lay down on my PS2. We'll see how the situation unfolds in the next minute or so. Destroy all humans. I remember that one. Did I see that Christy Noam husband is into bimboification, super big boobs? He cross-dressed as one with pics. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I don't even know what those words mean. Wait a second. I think I'm starting to figure out. Christy Noam's husband cross-dresses as a bimbo with big boobs? Is that what I'm getting? Here's the thing. I don't know who Christy Noam is. I've never heard of that person. Christy Lynn Arnold Noam? Is this just a big, like, D's Nuts setup going on here? Or what the fuck's going on? Former DHS secretary. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what DHS is. Department of Homeland Security? Is that what that stands for? Look, I don't do politics, really. I don't know shit about dick. But okay, so it's like there's like a big news thing going on that there's some of that stuff. Gotcha. See, I don't know anything about any of that, but here's what I can tell you is here's how you fight Red Dragon. First, you gotta put Midgar on. And then Eris getting blasted right away is pretty good because her being dead powers up the Yoshiyuki by 100%. So now Cloud is doing double damage. So now we really want to see Cloud get hit by his next attack, which is what's happening. Perfect. So now this is going to get us a cross slash. And now if we manage our ATB properly, we can go 1 death blow, 2 death blow, 3 death blow. Now we heal Cloud. We send this attack before the end of the animation of the high potion, so that it gets queued up before his paralysis breaks. Now we need Cloud to get hit a second time, which unfortunately sometimes takes a while. Now that we've done 2 regular attacks, though, we don't have to bother attacking with Cloud anymore, because another set of death blows kills. There's his second cross slash, so there it is. Paralyze him. Death blow 1. Death blow 2. And he's dead. Normally you would need a 3rd death blow, but I hit him with so many regular attacks that we cut a death blow off. And there you go. How about that? That's Red Dragon. The advantage of using Kate Sith is that the cutscenes are faster. That was good RNG, yeah. I would have, you know, he attacked Kate Sith once, but that was it. And now, yeah, so one of the biggest reasons to use Kate Sith is right here. Right here, Kate just answers the call. He just like boom, he just pops into this conversation. If you don't have him in your party, the phone rings, and Cloud takes like fucking 10 seconds to answer it. And then there's a couple other parts as well where cutscenes go a little bit slower. Also, Kate Sith is just way tankier. And so the Demon's Gate fight generally goes faster with Kate Sith because you can play riskier. Bronze? And then you get the Eden Coat, and then we take that off, and then you still have your enemy skill? Okay, we're fine. But yeah, yeah, I just flipped to the wrong character. Getting more experience on Tifa here does make Schizo easier later. Or it like reduces her chance to underroll on Schizo. But I like the faster Demon's Gate fight more. Okay. I'm in a really weird position right now. But I think we go attack. Attack. We gotta get rid of Eris here. Okay, that was a really messy intro because he would not kill Eris for some reason. So this is a bad fight already because I just kind of played like a dipshit a little bit there. We might not have enough barrier for this now. Nope, we're fine. Okay. If we had gotten the extra turn, I don't think we would have had enough barrier. All right, now we do the Kuma. Give me 1, 2, Molotov, 3, Dice. Dice is also a lot better than Beat Rush. Unless you get minimum roll, unless you get literally the worst dice roll that exists. Ay, 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 dude. Okay. Okay, we got the extra attacks, though. Saved by the extra attacks. So yeah. The run is alive. It's just really slow. Did I get a no slots PB for the new PC version? Not yet. I thought about doing that today, but I didn't feel like bringing my PC down. But maybe that's what I'll have to do on the next FF7 stream, is run the new PC version for slots. Or for no slots, I mean. Yeah, Demon's Gate has been a bit of a dick lately because with his critical hits. This time he didn't kill anybody with a critical hit, so we're fine. What's my take on the new PC port? Besides the audio issue, I like it. You know, it's got no double input glitch. I need to see more people's frame rates, though. Zeal can't seem to get to this part anymore. I mean, the thing is, like, here's the thing, Banger, is if I were Zeal, I wouldn't have made it this far on this run either, because I'm over 4 minutes behind. I think Zeal wants to get a PB. He wants to get world record, you know? And I don't know if he wants to waste his time on a run that's 4 minutes behind going into Temple of the Ancients, you know? So yeah, he's a bit of a perfectionist, exactly. So like I think he'll take the world record back, you know? And until then, I imagine that's the method, right? It all started with naming Cloud CC. Yup. Like, here's what I kind of mean. If Zeal did no reset runs, he would sub 640 every run, you know? It's just he's going for sub 630. And I agree, Mystical Spoon. It's kind of, I think they should have waited longer to bring him back. I also like the idea that there's a tiny Kate Sith inside of the Black Materia. Well, he's not tiny. He's compressed, right? The problem is that the temple shrinks into the materia, but he stays regular sized on the inside, right? And gets crushed. GamerDad, have you seen my circle button? I had to replace the membrane in here the other day because during the PlayStation 100% record, the membrane in the controller like totally collapsed. and so the button didn't have any action anymore. So I had to switch controllers in the middle of the run to finish that run with. And then on this run, since then, I replaced the membrane with another controller, so now we're back in business. But the circle button itself is kind of caving in. All right. So it is important for me to just keep runs going, because I'm quite rusty at the later stuff in the game. You know, like I've had plenty of runs get up to Demon's Gate and then die. So you know, I've got plenty of practice on the first half of the run, but now we're into the second half of the run that I haven't done in a while. You know. Last time I got this far, I immediately forgot to learn Death Sentence. Which is a non-game over way to actually legitimately kill the run. Two weeks ago, not this category. I did those 100% runs, and that's all fine and good. But any percent's a different beast. Look at this, we're sailing a different way. On 100%, we'd be grabbing the Titan materia right now and then sailing the other way around to Calm. Rusty on the last 30% because runs always die before that? Exactly. Have I played WOFF? WOFF? I don't know what that is. Is that another D's Nuts setup? Would opening, cleaning the pad with alcohol be enough to get it going? Yeah. And the bottoms of the rubber pads I would also clean. A World of Final Fantasy. No, I actually have no idea what that game even is. I've never seen it. Oh, I have to do a menu here. 12, 28, 44, 56. Remember those numbers. 12, 28, 44, 56. No, I meant to do this. And then we pop over here, we go like this, we go boom, boom, boom. Bahamut, E-skill, E-skill. Deathblow, steal. All restore. 28, alright. I think that was that whole menu. Lid skip! We got it! So the 12, 28, 44, 56, what that is we need to exit that menu on one of those numbers as our second digit on our IGT before we initiate the digging game. Because the digging game sets your stone value for the rest of the run dependent on your IGT when you initiate the digging game. And we want it to be 49, I think. I think 49 is the number. But either way, we want it to be the one that you get from those values. And that is going to set up a... Don't escape this. Don't run from this fight. Bahamut this fight. Anyway, what was I saying? That is setting up a RNG manipulation for way later in the game. For the very end of the game, actually. So the reason we cast Bahamut here is because A, it's a single move that one-shots this entire fight, and B, it is a summon or a magic. If you kill a Bound Fat with either a summon or magic, he counters with Death Sentence before he dies, and there you go, we learned Death Sentence on our 2 E skills, and we need Death Sentence. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and a half. Okay, steps are pretty good despite that mistake I made grabbing Rocket Punch. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right. Now we do Shell Hut Skip. So Shell Hut Skip is I ran up and right off the ladder. Now we run down and right, release run, get into that position, and do that. That grabbed the elixir and started this cutscene at the same time. And now it's Tranks, Watering, Gygus Armlet, Power Wrist, pop over here, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so now the boss, our plan is to Big Guard, then Death Sentence Tifa, then Tifa Molotovs herself. Hang on, first we gotta grab this comet from down here. Right, Big Guard. Oh yeah, Tifa Molotovs herself into Cross Slash. Hold time on Sid, and then Sid Molotov's Tifa if she's not critical yet, or the boss, advanced weight trick a death blow out of that, and then weight trick 2 more death blows. Unless she Aqualungs. If she Aqualungs, we do the backup. What do I think about Rebirth? I did not like it enough to finish it. It's not for me. Yeah, I didn't like basically anything about it. Every line of dialogue I thought was annoying. Every character I thought was annoying. I didn't like the battle system. I didn't like how the world exploration felt. I didn't like the big list of chores to do. Just nothing about the game appealed to me, except for how hot Tifa is, right? The babe factor on Tifa, out of control. Other than that, didn't like anything about it. How would I want the battle system to be? I really liked the combat in Crisis Core. You know, if it was more like Crisis Core, I would like it. Just where, like, that game, I feel like it was a little bit more deliberate. The enemies were more readable, you know, and characters weren't just, like, shouting all the time, right? Just constant, just yakking in your ears all through every combat. Yeah, I didn't play the Crisis Core remake. I'm talking about the PSP version. I'm not sure what they did to it after that. Oh, we're getting aqualunged. All right, so we do the backup then. It's backup time. So here's how you do the backup. First, we big guard. Then, Phoenix down Sid. Now we hope that she doesn't kill Sid. Wait for his ATB to refill as much as possible. All right. Now Sid big guards. Wait for Tifa's ATB to freeze. Put in cross slash. Hold circle for an attack with Tifa after the cross slash. Death sentence Tifa. And advanced weight trick. A death blow with her. Boom. 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 There's the backup. And you see how, and this is a big thing that I've been talking about a lot lately, but you see how the average viewer would look at that and not even know that I got bad RNG. But I did. That was bad RNG. But you wouldn't even know it because I recovered so well, you know? And that's why I always say, it seems like you know, I hear people say, oh, Zeal always gets good RNG. I've heard people say Dash always gets RNG. Maybe he's cheating, right? I've heard this before. But it's exactly that kind of thing right there. That goes to show why there is a general sense that top-level players always get good RNG. And it's because, A, they know how to back it up when the RNG is bad and take minimal damage from it, and B, they know how to capitalize on good RNG and take full advantage of it to get the best benefit, right? So you really notice when a good runner gets good RNG, you really notice because bam, they capitalize on it very hard. But when they get bad RNG, you barely notice it because they recover really well. And then the opposite is true for weaker runners, where when they get really good RNG, you don't notice because they don't know they don't know how to fully take advantage of it. They might even make a mistake and then lose time, and then it looks like their RNG was bad even though it was good, right? And if they get bad RNG, they might not know how to back it up at all. And then it's just, bam, it's just, so you really notice it. No, I saw one very salty individual suggest that, that my 100% runs should be investigated because my RNG is too good. So that's funny. Oh shit, it's a disc swap. But I mean, to which I say, then do it. Investigate it. I was supposed to do this. Less experienced? I mean, I don't know, I'm not too concerned about vocabulary like that, because less experienced, having a lot of experience doesn't make you good at running, There are people who have run a game for a very long time who don't really put forth the kind of runs you would expect from that long, Yeah, on the PC version there, you just get a save point. Did the hundo from December get verified? Yes. The only hundo of mine that's not verified by another mod is the one that's on the new PC version that was done really recently. Because and the reason is because there's no leaderboard for it to get verified onto, because that's the new version. Did I buy the mic from NASA? I don't understand. I don't understand the question. This mic is from Guitar Center is where I got it. All right, here's the room. So this looks like a 10.5 stepper to me. This spot in the run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.5. 45, 13. We're looking at 21. Wait, 45? 23. 45, 23. Boom. Is a hold in one. I was looking at the wrong minute for a second there. Okay. Boom. What do I do on this menu? This is Force Dealer, Wizard Bracelet, Fire Ring, Bolt Armlets, Bahamut Comet, use a tent? Oh, and I need to trank these guys. I think that's that menu. Shit, I don't remember exactly. Force Dealer, Wizard Bracelet, Fire Armlet. Wait, no. Wizard Bracelet, Fire Ring, Bolt Armlet, Bahamut Comet. I think, yeah, that's it. No, you don't need Earth Mallet. Do, 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 do. How do I store my discs? Oh yeah, I've just got the original jewel case just sitting open. Oh, I missed it. There it is. All right, bump into this guy for this cutscene. Run to about here. Once cloud adjusts, run to about here. And then wait for 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Cloud says, oh man. Now we can run in right there. Pet the cat. All right, let's see how Dad Brain does on snowboarding. On the NES lately, I've been playing Super C a bunch because, like, I love Contra, you know? I grew up playing all kinds of Contra, and when I started getting back into streaming, or not even streaming, before I was streaming, when I started getting back into retro games, Contra was, like, top of the list, you know? Love that game. But I'm at the point where I can beat it without dying, you know? Not every time, right? But I've beaten it without dying. I can always beat it without a game over. Super C, on the other hand, I never really put that much time into. So now, in my off-stream gaming time, I've been playing Super C and trying to get that one down to where, like, I can consistently one-credit clear it. Man, that's a fun game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I took that turn way too hard. And then, what's the other thing? Castlevania 3. I've been real big. I'm real big on the Castlevania series, and that's another similar one where, like, Castlevania 1, I can beat without game overs, no problem, you know? And I've played it a million times. Castlevania 3, though, because of hitting that snowman earlier, it slowed me down, and now I'm hitting snowballs. Castlevania 3, though, is another story. That one, I beat that game, like, a few times way back when I first was getting into the Castlevania series. But it was so hard that I was, like, afraid of it after that. I never wanted to play it anymore after that. How am I losing time on every split? Like, how did I lose time on that split? Let me think about this for a second. How did I lose time on that split? Where did 22 seconds go on that split? The menu was a little slow. And I probably lost 6 seconds on snowboarding. Yeah. See, I took the correct amount of steps, a little bit further ahead, and everything played out exactly like we expect. Then we take walking steps here. This is a little walking setup that I made. Instead of counting these steps, you just walk to the added cut materia, and then you're good. This room actually doesn't have steps. Yeah, from where I got the encounter in the cave. And that's why I said this looks like a 10.5 stepper, because it depends on where you are in the cave. How many steps you're supposed to take. It's a little, it's a brutal spot, because the further behind you are, the more steps you have to take. Because the cave has higher danger than this area does. And so, it ends up, like, really punishing you for being behind. This section is technically world map. Just, you know, is presented a little bit differently than regular world map. Oops. Okay, I made a little mistake, but I don't think I have to shiver because of it. It wasn't a big enough mistake. Alright. Now we should get the encounter just after getting indoors. Oh, immediately after getting... So that little mistake that I made brought me back a little bit. Oofta. So now we're just kind of just barely on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoa. That follow alert actually kind of scared me that time because I wasn't sure if I was going to get into a fight there. Because I did a lot of running before I took those steps. If all goes well, Big Shoes doesn't exist on this run. Oh, don't run from this. Poke. Alright, there's Magic Breath learned. That's why we put the Bolt Armlet on her. Alright, preemptive fight right here. Current PB is 6:34:11, and I'm 5 minutes behind right now. This is a bad run. 1, 2, 3. Do 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 do. Okay, this mountain climb you have to shiver on. And now my steps are a little bit behind, so I won't be that surprised if we get this fight before we're inside. But I did take my steps really tight though, so we might be fine. Ah, nope, got it outside. All right, so now we're in, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So now we should get a fight behind the mountain here. As far into the mountain as possible is good. Ooh, I'm like not even there. I'm a little behind here. This is the hardest part of the run, to keep up on steps, and I'm a little behind. I'm gonna have to count steps with Cloud's arms here instead of his feet because of this. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Okay, okay. That's rough. Uh-oh, I have to remember another menu. Dragon armlet, water ring, Gygus armlet, fire ring, fire armlet ribbon. Oh, I got there. And then take these off, give them to you, added cut on you, elemental Shiva, and then we Phoenix down. Yeah, this is actual PS1. No, I'm dumb and stuff. Are we good? Dragon armlet. Oh no, Sid's the one with the ribbon. Please, not on Cloud. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. So the thing about the icicles is they are weak to gravity. And laser is actually a gravity elemental spell that does 50% of the enemy's current HP in damage. And so because they're weak to gravity though, it does 50% of their current HP doubled in damage. So laser just one-shots the ice crystals. Okay, I was buffering the wrong direction there. The only time laser won't one-shot a crystal is if you've already damaged the ice crystal and it has an odd amount of health, because then the calculation for 50% HP rounds down, and then it doubles that, and then that leaves the enemy with what would that be? 1 or 2 HP? It would leave them with 1 HP. And yeah, the thing about old consoles is as long as you don't treat them like shit, they should still be running, you know? You need a little bit of maintenance on them sometimes, like a little alcohol rub here. Or, you know, dust blowout there. There's actually a really nice trick that I do myself on the NES. You only have to do it like every 10 years. If your NES is having trouble reading games, clean your fucking games, right? That's number one. Get yourself a screwdriver that's able to open up NES games and clean the contacts on every one of them. If there's corrosion on, like, you can just do alcohol, right? But if there's corrosion on them, what you can do is get yourself a high polymer eraser. Those are like the white erasers, you know? And you can actually rub the corrosion off with one of those erasers, and then you alcohol it after that, right? So clean your games, right? That's number one. Number two, though, and this is what I do. Here's what you can do. You can take the 72-pin connector off of your NES's motherboard and put it in a pot of boiling water and boil it for about 5 minutes. Then you take it out, And what I do is I take it out and I put with a microfiber. I wrap a microfiber cloth around like a card, like a credit card, and give it several careful insertions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Give it several careful insertions into each parts of the 72 pin connector. Then you put it back in. You boil it for 5 more minutes. Take it out, do the same thing. Put it back in the boiling pot for 5 more minutes. Take it out, do the same thing. And then that's it. Then dry it out really nicely. And if you do that to your NES pins, like I'm saying you only have to do this like every 10 years. And it'll work perfectly. It'll boot up every game first try every time. Clean games, clean console. All right, here we force an encounter with 2 cats. These cats don't do anything unless you do something to them. All of their actions are counters, so you can just run away without doing anything. Tent. Materia. Tent, notch, limit, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. I almost forgot the 6.5 steps. Holy shit. That would have been bad. Alright, this is like the hardest fight in the run. I don't really remember how to do it, so let's go. Let's rock. I'm just gonna feel it, you know? I'm just gonna feel it. Big guard. Death sentence. I almost forgot the hero drink. Ice on Tifa's super annoying. She's got 68 HP, though. That's actually sick. Because that means that 2 lasers will actually bring her to critical. Her HP is a multiple of 4. So we can bring her to full HP and then laser works. And now she hero drinks. Except now I'm all fucked up. Oh my god. That was really bad. Okay. There's one regular attack. Two regular attacks. There's the death blow. Now we cure her. Regular attack. Regular attack. And then grenader. Oh! She underrolled? Shit, I didn't realize she was underrolling. Okay, so now I actually have to re-potion her. Then do a regular attack. Okay, this fight is a disaster, dude. And now Cloud might die? Except Dragon Arm, he should be fine. With Dragon Armlet, he should be fine. I'm more worried about Tifa. 436, okay, nice. Okay, everything's fine. Okay. Oh my god, Tifa, please hit a death blow. There it is. Okay, yeah, Tifa like, opening Ice Breath on Tifa, very bad. Tifa then under-rolling her damage, also very bad. That was a disaster fight. That fight couldn't have gone much worse. Gotta cure Cloud just so he stays alive. Yeah, the run is still alive. We are just nowhere near this being even a good run, you know? Oh, I didn't put the power source on her that I grabbed from the cave. I grabbed the power source from the cave and I didn't put it on her. I used to not grab that power source because I was never good enough on steps to be able to. And so there's been some kind of conversation about metric system in the chat. I mean, in America, we learn about Celsius. We learn about the metric system. We know both. Ten steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just gonna do it right now. I'm gonna go Power Source Tifa. What's most common for body temperature? I mean, so in Fahrenheit it's 98.6, but I mean, when we see like body temperature, you know, 28 or whatever, it's not confusing because we're just like, oh, it's Celsius. Yo, Midland. I mean, I can only speak for people around my age group, though. I don't know if they're still teaching. Whoops, I'm dumb. I don't know if they're still teaching about metric system. I hear they're not even teaching multiplication anymore. I don't think there's any steps here. Whew. The old flying upper. A Heidegger laugh impression? I mean, in this game he just goes yeah ha ha, but I don't really know what he sounds like. That's kind of how I always heard it. Yeah ha ha, something like that. He's got a little bit of weight on him, you know, so there's a little bit of meatiness, I'm sure, with like his neck flapping around. Okay, hang on. We gotta go arrange by type. Potion. Phoenix Downs. ATB weight is fine, right? Oh, and then there's a new thing we do. Hang on, there's a new thing we do. This comes off and we put it here? Is that the whole thing? Hang on, I only just remembered about the new strat. This is a brand new strat. So, okay, so I gotta think about this. It's a brand new strat. Tifa, big guard. Sid, death sentence. But then we have to advanced weight trick a regular attack with Tifa. Which is up left from where enemy skill is. Oh, all right, here we go. We're going to try to do the new strat. This is the Kuma. This is yet another strat that's the Kuma. Ah, hurry it up, Genova. I want to do the strat. Okay, here we go. It's very tight. No, it didn't work, dude. Come on. I think I have a slow Tifa. I think that should have worked. I think I did it perfectly. Oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Woo! The run lives in the sense that it's like I haven't game overed yet, but I have lost time on almost every split, and we are over 6 minutes behind. Like it's a bad run. Like, if you guys are here for a bad run, then you're seeing one, you know? When I claim the run to be dead, usually what I'm referring to is just the fact that, like, I don't think I can PB any longer, you know? And we are long past being able to PB. But, you know, we're still just going ahead as much as I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. No, big guard gives you haste and barrier. With haste being kind of the more important thing of those. The reason she was doing multiple attacks is we have added cut attached to death blow. So when she does death blow, it gets followed up by a regular attack. And Glaceon, I'm sorry, it kind of scrolled off, but you're asking if I run often. The thing is, I'm going to be a dad in like 2 weeks, so I have no idea what the schedule's going to be like then. No, this is the non-disc 1 skip route. It's just not... Running the game with disc 1 skip just isn't really as popular as running it without, because the skip The skip itself is cool, but the whole route is less cool. All right, so thankfully now, though, we're coming up on another bathroom break for me. What's my biggest fear right now? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't, like, there's some serious shit to be afraid of with having a kid. So I don't know if that's something I even want to talk about, you know? Because obviously my biggest fear is that something happens where the kid dies, right? Obviously. Not a super exciting conversation, or a super good one. So when we get to the point where we are in the northern crater here, and we get to the FMV sequence, that's a nice bathroom break here. But I'll miss the FMV. It is one of everyone's favorite FMVs. Right, you don't have to do anything there. And this is the part where if you're running turbo, you already get to be in the bathroom. Jun. Who was it from earlier that said that, you know, they're also of the age where they can look at something and just say, I'm not the target audience? I was kind of in the middle of something, and I let that comment go by, but no, it's true. That was like, I feel like that was one of the more significant, you know, growing up factors as far as like my video gaming and my just general like media. I don't know what to say, because consumption always feels like such a robotic term, you know, but like there's a lot of stuff nowadays where it's like, nowadays when I look at something and it's not for me, there's like an air of relief to it, even where it's like it's like I don't need more on my plate, you know what I mean? This is actually like the biggest realization I ever had as far as this kind of topic goes, right? So so here's the deal, is I realized one day that if no video game ever came out ever again, right? The development of new video games completely disappeared overnight. Nothing ever comes out ever again. Well, guess what? I already have enough games to play for the rest of my life, you know? So, like, nothing new actually matters. If it comes out and it's good, well, that's great. I'll take a new great game that makes me happy, right, or whatever, but none of it, nothing needs to be good anymore, you know? And it's like, it feels kind of good to realize that. I have zero investment in new games. Now, if I have a reason to be invested in a game, I still will be, right? Like if maybe it's my friend, maybe like my friend developed it, or you know, I don't know, anything like that. Sure, that's something. But yeah, oh yeah, I mean that's the thing is right. There are still new games coming out that kick ass, right? I've been playing all kinds of Slay the Spire too, you know. What if in the future they find a way to prolong someone's life beyond the amount of video games that there are? I think we've got enough. But yeah, hey, when that happens, I'll get excited again. If all of a sudden life expectancy jumps up to 160, then I'll get excited for new games again, maybe. Or I'll get a little bit more invested. But I don't know. I also kind of feel like theoretically, if I did live to 160, I feel like I'm gonna stop playing video games altogether at some point if that happened. Maybe, you know, I don't know. Just get more into music or something. You replay games far more than you play new ones? Me too. Most recent game I played besides Slay the Spire 2? Mio, Memories in Orbit. It's a Metroidvania with a absolutely gorgeous art style. Super good world design. Really, really great like controls and combat and boss fights. It's really great. Hobbies I'm saving for retirement? I don't think so. Oh, wait, this is my bathroom break. Oops. Or no, it's not? Okay, good. I didn't miss bathroom break. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, so speaking of Slay the Spire 2, I did my Ascension 2 with Defect today. As always, I just took Voltaic and then won with it. And then now I'm going to start Ascension 3. You know, I'm just going through each character on each Ascension, right? I'm sure some people grind one character all the way up, but I like going through each of the characters. Oh, we're back.
What the hell is going on here?
So I think on my 634, by the way, I think I got the battle skip on this part. Starting Sekiro for the first time since 2019. Oh yeah, dude. It's funny. When Sekiro first came out, I beat it like 10 times. Like I loved it. I just played through it over and over because every boss was just so fun every time, you know? And then I haven't really played it since then though. So I would probably have the same thing. Tons of the encounters in the game also I had down as far as like this is the encounter where I use the stealth candy on, and this one, and oh, on Twitch, Glacial, there's some like audio cues that people can play. Woo! All right, all right. Do 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 do. Watched one of my old VODs this morning. Some point I asked something like, what game punishes grinding? Decided to play 7th Saga again. The one example I have of a game punishing grinding, my brother, I remember my brother grinding his characters to a super high level in Swiggy Woods in Final Fantasy Tactics. And then he got to the problem then was that on the random battles, the enemies that he was fighting way outscaled the equipment that he could have. And so he had to have his whole party be monks so that they could actually do damage, you know? Because any class that used a weapon was just super underpowered versus the enemy power level. So I know that Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy II does not punish grinding. I don't know who told you that. Hello. Well, actually, let me think about that for a minute. Does Final Fantasy II punish grinding in any way? I mean, you shouldn't grind your 4th character because they're like a revolving door the whole game. Oh, okay. I know of a way that Final Fantasy II you could say punishes grinding is the amount of money that the inn costs in Final Fantasy II, I think is dependent on your HP. And so or MP. And so if you ground up too much, then the inn would probably become prohibitively expensive. And the enemies don't drop that much money. I could see that being the case. And then for 8, I don't really understand how 8 punishes you. Like, I know that 8 has scaling, but I don't know, I don't really understand how that ends up punishing you. But I mean, probably in some way, like I just explained for Final Fantasy 2, where like it's some like man, you gotta really, because it scales with you. Yeah, but why is that a punishment? Like, if the game scales with you, that just means that it's generally that just means that, oh, it makes your junctions less effective. Is that the case for bosses as well, or is it only like random encounters? But no, that does make sense. Okay. That like if you grind up your level a bunch, then your junctions don't matter as much and everything else gets stronger. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Do, 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 do. Pineapple Flu, I read what you said kind of backwards, and I was about to fight you about it, but no, I just read it backwards. You're exactly right. Okay. Yo, Jeff. Jeff, are you the guy who raided me like 8 years ago? And I was and that was back when I had like 10 viewers. And I was like, oh, okay, you're a different guy. All right. Someone whose name was like, my name is blank, was their Twitch name. And they raided me back when I had like 10 viewers and they had like 70, right? And I was like, wow, hi everybody, welcome. Here's what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to be entertaining. And let's say that their name was Jeff, right? Someone said something about Jeff and then I went, who the hell is Jeff? And I felt like a huge ass. All right, here we go. Oh, I forgot to kind of explain FMV skip here, but there we go, we left. We skipped the rest of the cutscenes by leaving the room with our invisible Barret. And now there is... there's a battle skip here. It's the kind of thing you do and remember years later when you're trying to fall asleep. Yeah. Okay, there's a battle skip here, but it's very hard to get. Oh, I'm gonna try it there. Ah, I was like 1 frame off, apparently. What kind of chair is this? All I know is it's from Ashley Furniture. It didn't have any other branding on it. But I looked, because I do get asked a lot, so I flipped it over and looked. Yo, KTM. My schedule generally I try to stream every other day, but I've got a lot of random adult stuff to do, so I often don't really hit that schedule. But that's generally the idea, is I stream every other day. I am forgetting a lot this run. Oh, we gotta hit the button. But that's the thing, on this category, I haven't been this far into a run in a long time. So maybe this will be practice for establishing a time on the new PC version of this category. I did say I'd watch that Nifsky video. If this run keeps going, that might have to wait until another day. All right. And yeah, sorry, I've fallen behind a little bit on the long conversation about Final Fantasy VIII. But yeah, I never really minded drawing all that much because you just junction magic as soon as possible, and then you get, like, huge stacks on every draw. I still don't love the system, though, you know? Like, having it then be a system where it's like, I've got 99 of every magic, but if I use them, it makes my stats go down. I don't know if I necessarily like that system. It's interesting, and here's the thing. I like Final Fantasy VIII. I think junctioning is really cool. But, you know, there's a little bit of a question there. I decided to win the slap fight today. All right, all right. I was very glad that 8 did something different, though, and I did think it felt really cool to, like, junction something to speed so that then you could always hit the cactar and then, like, get a lot of AP and stuff, or GP or whatever it was called. But yeah, to talk about like grinding in JRPGs in general, one thing I've always liked about JRPGs is that like I'm not a grinder. I'm not someone who really grinds at all. And a big reason for that is I like the way that like, I mean, I just like to go forward, you know? And when you go forward without really grinding much, you are rewarded with a game that's a little bit faster paced, you know, because you're always hitting the next dungeon, the next boss, right? It's a faster paced game, and it makes battles feel more tactical, you know, like when you die to a boss, I think it's way more interesting and fun to like see how I can adjust my strategy to try to beat the boss, you know. And if you're always like over grinded, you never have to do that because the bosses are always easy, you know? So yeah, I like the reward of a faster paced game with more fun challenge. That said though, there are games that get me to grind, usually due to not to get my stats up, you know? Like getting my stats up is the thing that I care about the least, but there are some games that have like some other currency that you can grind that get you like new abilities or something, and then I always want to get those abilities, you know? YouTube. Like Digital Devil Saga is a great example where like you want to master all the mantras, you know? Speaking of these kinds of games, though, man, I gotta get back into Metaphor. I started playing, I put that CRT up in the family room and started playing Nintendo during my off-stream gaming time. And wouldn't you know it, I haven't played Metaphor since. Yeah, or like exactly, usually like mastering jobs or classes or whatever. Exactly, that's the kind of thing I grind for. Sell everything except for Wizard Fury Curse? Perfect. All right, money route executed flawlessly. It is kind of crazy that I'm losing time on every split. Like, significant time. Oh, that one, though, was because of the battle skip. On my PB, I got a battle skip, and that saves like 20 seconds, so that makes perfect sense. The FF7 Chocobo theme. Okay, so I know it's in Final Fantasy 3 on Famicom. It's all the way back there. I don't know if it's in 2. So I just replayed Final Fantasy 2 the other day, or like like a month ago. And at some point somebody says that there's an animal called a chocobo in this one place. But I didn't find it. I didn't see what they were talking about. But maybe the song is in Final Fantasy 2 even. And I just didn't hear it. And Meowsy, how's it going? But now I'm on Final Fantasy 3 again, and man, it's as good as I remember so far. Loving it. There's like the dungeon early on where everyone has to be mini. So like, I don't know how else you can solve this, but I just made everybody a black mage. Well, I think I had 3 black mages and a white mage, but super fun. This is a regular old PS1 controller, default. They've got the best feeling D-pads is the reason. The D-pad on this thing is perfectly precise. So like menuing, I can menu super fast with it without worrying about accidental diagonals and stuff. There's a PC version of Legend of Dragoon that's going to be 60 FPS soon? That's crazy. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I like 60 FPS, especially a game like that has a lot of timing, How do I get the buttons to show on stream? It's very similar to a capture card. My controller cable, my controller is plugged into a extension cable, and the extension cable has an Arduino coming off of it that is plugged into the computer, and that's reading the inputs as they go through. So, just like a capture card for a controller. Yeah, they're on Etsy. It's called a Retro Spy. Wah, wah, wah. Do, do, do. Okay, so a lot of the rest of this run, I can't be surprised if I keep losing time, because the rest of this run is gonna be me, like, remembering how to run as we go here. So this is Red and Kate, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. As key, are you talking about the one-handed controller? Okay, we gotta go ATB weight, and then it's wizard bracelet, curse ring, ribbon, and then boom, boom, boom. I think that's the menu there. Oh, whoops. Oh, geez. I forgot about that guy there. Okay, so here, the fastest way to get through Fort Condor is just to lose as quickly as possible. If we don't care about getting the huge materia, which we don't on any percent. So I have very carefully managed my inventory and amount of money this entire game to start with as little over 4,000 as possible. The reason being that you need at least 4,000 to start this minigame. And then with as little more than 4,000 as possible, we've got about 4,100, then the fastest way through this game is just to start the game and then go... Just build 4 Tri-Stoners and delete them. Then, we fight Commander Grandhorn, but what do you know, all we have to do is just Magic Breath our party. And there we go, that's the fastest way through Fort Condor. It's very important that you don't have more than 4,399 Jill money, because then you would have then after making the 4 Tri-Stoners, you would have enough money to make a soldier, but not a building. And then the soldiers you can't just delete, so you're stuck with them on the field, and it's just a disaster. Yeah, it takes minutes to get him killed. Okay, Okay, that menu, it took me a second to remember what I was doing in that menu, but then I remembered. Oh yeah, Grorfo, yeah. Did you hear the whole spiel I was getting into about how if no video game ever came out ever again, well, that's fine, I have enough games to play. Okay, I think this is 5.5 steps, but I actually don't remember. No, I'm gonna do 6. I think it's exactly 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That feels right to me. And then we should get our next fight, like, now. Okay, that's good, that's good. Next fight is going to be like right here. This is the fight that took Luzbel like 45 seconds to escape in the world record run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. So that clip of him saying this fucking game sucks a lot is from the world record run of this category. In this part, he's complaining about that fight taking so long to escape. So I forced the encounter in that specific spot because now this is a preemptive. Uh-oh, I kind of don't remember this exactly. Is this Sid? Sid Magic Breath? And then... No, it's red. It's supposed to be red magic breath right there. Uh-oh. Because then the next fight is supposed to be Sid Comet. Okay, I have improperly done my mana. But I think I can make up for it. We can see how much it matters. I think it's going to matter a lot. It's going to matter a lot. I need to use red on the next fight instead of Sid. Pretty good train game there. Okay, okay. So yeah, on this fight, we're supposed to comet with Sid. Oh no. Okay, yep, see, this is the problem. Once again, yet another example of that looked like bad RNG, but actually it's because I allowed it to happen with bad gameplay. Uh-oh, this is really bad. Because now we haven't done nearly enough damage to this guy. Well, good thing I had a million Molotovs. Can you die yet? Holy shit. Okay, that was really bad. Right, and now this is Dragon Fang. Okay, I'm remembering now. Now we go Dragon Fang. Magic Breath with Kate. And we Magic Breath with Kate specifically because he's the one who has the ribbon on, so he can't get silenced here. That's another spot that control you if you took Tifa to the temple. So now it's Laser Laser Comet Aqualung. Or is it just Laser Laser Aqualung? It might just be Laser Laser Aqualung. Yes, okay, great, okay. So at least I saved time by remembering that. And now... Oh, yeah, now it's, Cure Up Turbo Ether. Laser Laser Magic Breath, because this guy is weak to electricity. Man, like I was saying, this part is a great example of, like, I just haven't had a fight, or I haven't had a run get this far in a while, that, like, I'm just forgetting what the route is, you know? I'm just forgetting what to do. Nice, though. We got the buffer down in circle fight on this guy. But yeah, so that time loss is just 30 seconds of throwing Molotovs at that gas ductor. But this has been really great D-Rust, you know? It turns out it's not really a PB attempt today. It's more of a D-Rust. But I feel like I'm D-Rusting. I feel like the D-Rust is happening. And then I can try to establish a respectable PC time. Yeah, also getting old. That's part of it too, sure. Here we get into exactly that position. Why do I think I go into A to be active here? Remove all. Elemental, boom, 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 boom. Do that. I don't know if A to be active is actually something I care about here. Because what's it gonna do? Oh, it's gonna... like, the only thing that becomes active is the Ultima weapon fight, which I don't care about. Okay, yeah, so don't bother going into A to be active there in the future. Alright. Hey, FFD, thanks for the super chat. 40 is peak? I do honestly feel like, I haven't even begun to peak. Like, you know, I do feel like I only become better at things every year. Like, I don't feel like I'm on that much of a decline, right? I feel like I'm better at video games than I've ever been. I'm better at guitar and drums than I've ever been. Alright, so, by the way, can we just defend with Sid and then only care if he gets crit? This is an the run might die here because I'm experimenting with something. No, we care if he gets hit at all. But now at 622, he should survive this, right? He survives this? Yes, he does. That hasn't screwed me yet, but I feel like it might. At some point, I feel like that's gonna screw me. The no cure Sid Ultima weapon fight. The run didn't die, by the way. It was the Ultima beam that could have killed the party. And lately I've been kind of risking it, and it hasn't bit me in the ass yet. Body is falling apart a little bit, Croc. I did pull both my calves the other day moving some furniture, but as chat rightfully pointed out when I told the story, I need to stretch more. It's because I never stretch. That's really what I've noticed as far as physically getting older, is that I need to stretch my muscles to keep from hurting myself. And it was kind of funny, like like right at 30, I did notice that like kneeling down instant, like it was actually like 3 months after my 30th birthday, I noticed that kneeling down was painful on my knees. But now I've got like a yard pad. I got like a big pad. So anytime I have to do something on my knees for a while, I've got a big pad to put down. You put a pinch of salt in your water for the electrolytes. I think Mrs. Dash does that sometimes. Volleyball knee pads for the yard. Yeah, it makes sense. Knees are kind of scary, you know? Like, knees are like... I feel like they're really complicated anatomically. You know, they've got like those 3 major tendons or whatever. You've got your meniscus, right? And then there's like 2 others. And, do squats for the knees? Aren't squats, and I'm asking this genuinely, aren't squats bad for your knees? So, like, the way that you do them, right, is you go down to like a 90-degree angle, yeah? And then you jerk upward, full power, and hyperextend them, right? Lift with your back to save your knees. I've heard stairs are bad for your knees also, yeah. Gym class sitting on the invisible chair against the, like, yeah, the wall sit, dude. Oh man, in gym class, the wall sit, I remember, was agonizing. It was one of my least favorite things. I also hated the sit and reach because I am the least flexible person you'll ever meet. And like the sit and reach, it's like I couldn't even get my fingers to where I could get a score, you know? Like I was literally off the charts on the bottom end. I could use to just plow out push-ups though, dude. I remember it when in like elementary school. I remember I could do like I could do over 50 push-ups, and I'm not kidding. Like we counted them. We had like a gym class day, right? Of like how many push-ups can you do was one of the things, and I remember doing 55. 55 push-ups, 55 sit-ups, 55 pull-ups. I don't know how many. I don't know if we ever counted pull-ups though. But pull-ups have always been kind of easy for me though, because I'm a skinny runt. You know, I've always weighed like, well, so I'm gonna tell you guys something real. I only broke 125 pounds, like, within the last 5 years. I have always weighed like 105 to 115 pounds. And so I used to be able to, well, so like pull-ups have always been easy for me because I'm hardly lifting anything, you know? How tall am I? I'm 5'9". Whoa. And honestly, I think that what's put like the 10 pounds on me is drumming muscle. Is like muscle from playing drums. I think that's what started bringing my weight up a little bit. Whoa! Bro, eat? I do. I eat what I want when I want. And I always have. It's just that, like, I usually don't feel like eating because I'm playing too many. I'm busy playing video games. Like, and this is actually honestly a big thing. Like, I think people gain a lot of weight by eating snacks all the time, but like I don't eat snacks very much because I need my hands free to play video games. And I need my, like, I don't want to get like Dorito dust on my fingers. I need to keep this NES controller clean, you know what I mean? Look. I don't know what kind of profile you guys are building on me, all right? But I'm 35, I'm 5'9", and I weigh about 120, a little bit more than that. Just wait till the metabolism slows down. People have been telling me that since I was 10 years old. We'll see. I don't think that it's a big metabolism thing. I do think that I just don't eat very much, you know? Like today I woke up and I had a coffee Soylent. And then that's all I had until 4 p.m. At 4 p.m., I had one of those PF Chang's, like, you put it in the skillet and you heat it up in the skillet, and it's like sweet and sour chicken. And I ate the chicken out of it, right? Because, like, the vegetables are gross, so I just ate the chicken out of it. With some white rice. I also made some white rice, you know? So I had some sweet and sour chicken and white rice. And then that's it. That's all I've had today. After the run, you know, after the stream, I'm probably going to make a bag of microwave popcorn and then go to bed. The chicken is gross in those things. No, the chicken is what I ate. And yeah, you'd rather be too skinny than too fat? I mean, I just don't think there's anything wrong with being too skinny. Unless you're like, sometimes you do see somebody and you're like, holy fuck, you need to eat. But like, look at me. Do I look like horrifically skinny? No, I feel like I look like a normal person. Some people though, oh my god, like people were like, you can see their bones. I mean, you can see my spine, I'm sure, if you looked at my back. And you can, like, see my hip bones, I'm sure. But, you know. Look, I'm just saying. It's pretty... Let me put it to you this way. I see way more people that are fat, or that are like, oh, geez, that you know, that person should lose weight. I see that 300 times more often than I see somebody who I'm like, Jesus, that person needs to eat a fucking sandwich. You know what I mean? The too skinny is like you see that like once every few years, I feel like. But yeah, I think it's mostly a portion thing, right? It's not what I eat. I do think it's that I eat very, very little. If I ever have obese people projecting their insecurity on me by saying that I'm too skinny, it's probably happening right now. One of you motherfuckers. But no, like in real life, no, I don't think so. My grandpa told me I was gonna fall through my asshole and hang myself, but he wasn't overweight though. He was just an old man. All right. I do got to get back on the smoothies though, you know? The Greek yogurt, milk, banana, strawberry, blueberry smoothie that I used to make every day. I do got to get back on that because it tastes good. I feel like it's good for me. But it's just a pain in the ass to clean that damn blender every day, man. I hardly ever eat eggs. I mean, eggs are also just a pain to make, man. This is just a general thing. I don't know if there's any, like, daily chore that I would hate more than cracking eggs. I fucking hate cracking eggs, dude. Eggs are easy. You gotta crack them. It's like the worst thing. It's so annoying. And then, like, you gotta clean the shit that you make. No. Look, just gimme the pizza rolls. I'll put them in the air fryer, and I'm happy. And if you're like, Dash, you need to eat better than pizza rolls. Fine, I'll go get some fast food. I'll go out to eat. Get something fresh from Burger King. This is why I'm skinny. Here's the thing. I do think, for the record, I do think that I probably have an eating disorder. I don't know which one it is, but I generally just think that A, eating is a pain in the ass, and I don't like doing it. It's just annoying to have to do it. And B, most food is gross. Like 90% of food is gross. So I do think that that's some kind of disorder, probably. But the way that I cope with it and the way that I deal with it is that I do enjoy dinner. I don't like... Breakfast is a pain in the ass. Lunch is a pain in the ass. That's why I have these meal replacement drinks, right? And then dinner, though, I do enjoy a nice dinner, right? And so what do I make for dinner? Meat and potatoes, man. Yesterday, for our anniversary, we went out to a barbecue place called Famous Dave's. They're like a barbecue chain around here that I really like. And I got some brisket and some ribs and some fries and some chili, and it was delicious. I love a good dinner like that every once in a while, you know. What about veggies? So here's the thing is anytime that I eat a veggie, people are like, oh, those aren't actually that good for you. You know? Like potatoes are a vegetable, but people are like, actually those aren't very good for you. But I try to eat broccoli every now and then. When I make Chinese food, or get Chinese food, I usually get it with broccoli and have some broccoli then. But that's about that. How much RAM is in my PC? So I've got two PCs. I've got the streaming PC and the gaming PC. The streaming PC, which doesn't run games, it only runs OBS, has 16 gigs in it. My gaming PC, I think, has 32, but I'm not sure. But yeah, generally, DDR5 or 4. I'm not sure about the streaming PC. It's kind of old. The gaming PC, I just got a new motherboard and RAM pretty recently, so it's probably whatever the new thing is. Basically, I bought my RAM just before it became prohibitively expensive. Don't need that much to stream. Yeah. The reason I have 32 gigs in my other PC is that I do video editing on that PC. And so that needs a lot of RAM. But 16 gigs is just fine on the streaming PC. Nice brag? What am I bragging about? Just the good timing on getting the RAM? Because, yeah, it was... I mean, is it bragging to be lucky? Like, is getting lucky brag-worthy? I'm not sure. But yeah, I happened to upgrade my PC just before the RAM thing happened. Problem is, my GPU is still old because GPUs were still pretty expensive. But I've got a new motherboard, CPU, RAM, and one of those fancy SSDs, you know, that's like NVMe or whatever, the M2 drive. That was, that thing is fucking awesome. Love it. Building that PC was kind of a nightmare though, because, oh man, the thing that has driven me nuts about it is that it doesn't have, my new motherboard does not have a 3.5 millimeter audio jack on it. It doesn't exist. So the way that I get audio into my speakers is it has to go out HDMI into my monitor, and then my speakers are plugged into the headphone jack of my monitor. It's fucked. But it's a micro ITX build, so I guess that's one of the shortcuts that they started doing on micro ITX motherboards. Or is it mini ITX? I don't know. Yeah, like it came with a DAC, but it's not a very good one. So I did get a Focusrite, one of those Focusrite Scarlets that every motherfucker has. I got one of those, so that I can do my music recording still. Okay, this is like a big menu that I have to do properly. And I don't really remember this menu. I think I go enemy skill, boom, 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 boom. And then we arrange, and then, you get HP plus, cover. Ooh, I don't remember what else you get. All restore, probably? Or does that go on? I'm fucked. I don't remember this menu. You get 3 HP pluses. You get, added cut, death blow. I think steel goes over here, and elemental goes here. Bro, I don't remember this menu, like, at all. Oh, enemy skills. We need... Okay, hang on. You need... Manipulate E skill. Right? And then... Uh-oh. Okay, we'll just call that good for now. And and then I'll go in. Yeah, Elemental, we're just trying to level it up right now. So it's on Power Soul, which has double AP growth. Oh, fuck. I didn't remember that menu at all. I remembered the Sid part. Okay, okay. Let me find my notes. Okay, Google Drive. FF7. I think my notes are in here. Yeah, yeah, okay, here's notes. These might be old, though. But let's find it. Okay, here's the part. I'm running the wrong way. Manipulate E skill, all restore on... Yeah, manipulate E skill, all restore on Cloud. Except I took the all restore off of him. And then... Tifa gets long range. That would have been a disaster, bro. If I forgot long range. Okay, okay. And then we're good. We're good, actually. So I was right about all restore on Cloud, but then I took it back off because I questioned it. And then... Okay, okay, there we go. So what I need to do is open up... I have a... Oops, I'm dumb. Curse ring! Oh no! Okay, magic breath these guys. Okay, I forgot to do my equipment. Hang on a second. None of these are the right tabs. Oh boy. Okay, I just gotta remember equipment. Equipment is, you go here, you go, boom, boom, boom. And then, that might actually just be it. It's just the accessories? I think you only change the accessories? Wait, Cloud has the Fury Ring on now. That's not right. That's not right at all. Okay, Sid should have... Let me think about this. Sid should have the Fire Ring, Curse Ring, and you should have nothing. We force this encounter here because it's a side attack. Oh my gosh. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Should Cloud really not have any accessory on? Shouldn't I have a ribbon? Wait, what happened to my ribbon? I didn't sell it, did I? I wouldn't have sold it. Katesith still has it on? Wait a second. No, I definitely didn't sell it. I think Katesith still has it equipped. I was supposed to take it off Katesith, and I never did. Oh, geez, that's going to be annoying to fix also. Okay, that's the mistake. Yes, the ribbon is on Katesith. It's fine. I don't need it right now. But I need it... When do I need it? I need it for not until Northern Cave, really. I need it on Hojo. Oh, and by the way, Mainstun, welcome in. Thank you for raiding, by the way. Sorry I didn't say anything about it earlier. I think we do this here, because these guys are slow. Those guys' turns take forever. I just watched that old Krobie Cat video from forever ago of Minecraft, the cringy moments in like Minecraft Con 2013 or whatever, with the kid asking, how much dedicated wham do I need in a server? Yo, M Summers, thanks for subscribing. I think I'm supposed to be using the Mega Elixir here. Oh yeah, I don't care about links. Mega Elixir me, and then we just go. I'm technically supposed to notch Tifa. Hopefully we get Lapis once, though. Alright, so this boss has a nice chance to, kill the run, without being able to do anything about it. If he opens with double Lapis Laser, we pretty much are guaranteed to game over. But we'll see what happens. Alright. There's Lapis number 1. Don't kill me. Thank you. Okay. Maybe we're good. Oh, and she hit. Oh my god, this is an amazing fight. do 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 do. Ah, come on, come on! The fight could be over right now if her third death blow had hit. Nice. Wow, what a good fight. So I think most of that minute time loss was bad menuing. You know, that was me forgetting what to do in the menus. So this has turned out to be quite the D-rust, hasn't it? There's a lot of rust I'm having to shake off, it turns out. But hey, what can I say? I was running Hundo for a while there. Hundo is a totally different beast. Okay, nice. Nice. Do 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 do. That's the thing, Mauricio. I used to have it all down. I do have save states for every menu in the run though. So all I gotta do is open up the emulator, open up that folder, and just do some practice, some good hard practice. Whoops! I forgot that her limit bar would be full. Wow, that doesn't kill. And now, okay, she didn't die to it. 1383. I think. Yeah, when you're running consistently, it stays in the head. Nice. Let's Phoenix down you. I forget. Can we aqua lung these guys? No, it doesn't work. Ay, ay, ay. Well, I mean, we can aqua lung them now. We can double aqua lung them, and that'll be fine. But that's kind of a waste of time. Please give me a potion for Tifa. Ooh, she can take 2 potions, actually. Alright, here we just mash. Cloud does the chef bomb right there. Then he Charlie Browns. And then now when he scratches his head, we take the second option twice. Boom, head scratch. Second option. Second option. Oh, there we go. Okay. And yeah, exactly, Croc. Like, those other 2 runs that ended at Demon's Gate, I would have kept going on those as well. But, when you game over, you can't keep going, you know. As you can see, though, like, the only thing that I really need practice on is the menus. Oh, right. I need to fix the ribbon problem. And we can do that right now. But look what a waste of time this is about to be. But I have to do it. So, PHS, put Kate in the party, just so I can take his ribbon off, and then put Tifa back in the party. Now, while I'm already in the menu, I might as well potion her back up, elixir these two, and trank her as well to get ready for Rocket Town. So that helps a little bit. I'm not confident that I put the ribbon on Cloud. I know I took it off Kate. I don't think I put it on Cloud though. Whoop. Yeah. Any percent means beat the game with no ruling as to how much of the game you have to do along the way. You just need to beat it. Yeah, we still got to put it on Cloud. Whoa, overshot that a little bit. All right, we go back to Rocket Town now. Hundo or Hunnerd? Hunnerd. That's actually what the old fogies say. Whoops. There we go. Yes, the diagonal travel on the sub makes surface a little bit faster. Ooh. Oh, good thing I got that ribbon on him. Otherwise, that would have put him to sleep. But now, we do got to save a little bit of MP on these bozos. Mia, how come you never come down to just a cuddle anymore? It's always straight to the cable fuckery. I don't know why she likes it back there so much. Besides the fact that she knows that it gets my attention. Hello, Matt. Oh, you're knocking stuff down now? Hi, welcome. Don't scratch up the chair. You need me to get you? I'm climbing a ladder right now. You can jump. You got legs. Of course, now she laid down. I've got like 5 seconds right there to pick her up, but she laid down. Okay, just please don't put Tifa to sleep. All right, and now, all right, that's fine. Now hit this death blow. Ay, ay, ay. All right, all right. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Now, Mia, be cool. I'll tell you, I am getting a little bit of a headache from not drinking enough water today, I'm sure. I started the run with like an inch of water in this bottle, and I haven't gotten any more. Hydrate? I got no water. I'll have to do it late. I'll have to just do it later. I'll Hydromax after the run. Coke Zero? Okay, Northern Lion. Bald like him too. That guy has been my like overall favorite gaming content creator for a very long time. It's amazing how long that guy has been able to keep up just like the consistency and quantity of quality in his shit. Yeah, the Northern Lion. Oh, thank you. Mrs. Dash has provided water. Nice. Not too talkative normally. Man, it's funny. I started streaming because, well, actually, it was The Binding of Isaac that got me to start streaming. You know, back in 2014, before Rebirth even came out, I just really wanted to stream The Binding of Isaac. And the thing about roguelikes are really good for getting started streaming because you always have something to commentate, you know? Like, talking about the status of the run, what items would you like to see, what items do you not want to see, right? That's just like a baseline of commentary that's always available to you. But, like, I wish I could get to the Northern Lion level of just not commentating the game and just talking about whatever in life, and then when someone makes a comment about the game, then you make fun of them for caring about the game that he's playing while we're talking about shit that matters. Oh, you could have rerolled that with the D6 and got plus 0.1 shot speed. He went on this rant like that the other day that was something like that, and goes, who cares, bro? It's Isaac. If the item's good, we take it. If the item sucks, we take it. Spinning a yarn about vitamin C? Oh, yeah. You missed a Tinted Rock #1 comment on every YouTube video for 5 years, dude. All right, all right. Hi, Mia. Oh, hey, did my Amazon package get here today, Mrs. Dash? The one that's for me? Because it's got the new cat nail trimmer in it. Chat would never backseat a roguelike game. Nah, it's true though that I do feel like roguelikes and speedruns are two things that are sort of like my advice for something to stream, just in general, because of how good they are at, once again, always giving you something to commentate. Just like a roguelike, a speedrun is the same way. If I don't have something else to talk about, I can talk about the status of the run. You know, I can talk about, like, where I hope to save time coming up, or you know, hey, this happened, so we gotta watch out for this other thing later. You know what I mean? And the other big thing about roguelikes and speedruns, and then this also applies to like challenge runs and stuff too, is that they have stakes, right? I think that generally like a stream is much more interesting when there's stakes to the game, when the possibility of failure exists, you know? Like, and here's the thing, this is coming from somebody who who has done a lot of first-time playthroughs on stream and still does first-time playthroughs on stream. But the thing is that, like, part 16 of my Dragon Quest VI playthrough is a lot less interesting to most people than a one-time attempt at a challenge that's either gonna succeed or it's gonna fail, you know? That's a lot more exciting. It might fail or I might achieve something, rather than just, oh, we're gonna continue to play the game that, you know, that there's no fail state on, and we'll see how much farther we get today or whatever. If you're really into the game, then of course you like to watch a first-time playthrough of a game that you're really into. But that, you know what I mean though. You are the minority in that case, right? Like the stakes of a speedrun, a roguelike, a challenge run, and that kind of thing is generally something that's A, more exciting to watch, B, gives you more to commentate on, and C, and this is where the backseating angle comes in, gives chat something to engage about a lot of the time, you know? With speedruns, people are very often asking about strats, asking about how the game works, asking, would this or that be faster, you know? And that kind of chat engagement is really good as well. All right. But yeah, there are certain people, I mean, of course, yeah, there are certain people who I'll watch play anything, you know? I watched Popo and Duck play fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 for like 20 hours. Oh my god, what a snooze that game is. Excuse me, I was supposed to go to... I just flew the wrong direction. I was supposed to go to Cosmo Canyon. I do remember Man vs. Game. He was the first, like... he was the first, like, Twitch guy that I watched a lot of, you know? Like, when I watched Northern Lion back then, that was on YouTube. Man vs. Game was the first Twitch streamer that I, like, watched a bunch of. And like subscribed to and that kind of stuff. I really enjoyed his stuff. And he introduced me to some cool games too. Like Wings of V is one of my favorite games ever. And I first heard about it. Actually, here's how I first heard about it. I was really excited about the Binding of Isaac Rebirth, right? The remake of Binding of Isaac. And, oh, hang on, I have to do an RNG thing here. We're going to look at the windmill here and wait for it to do a certain pattern of pausing versus wiggling. So it's wiggling right now, and it has stopped. So now we're oh, and it stopped again. Okay, or it wiggled again. So now, that's 1. Okay, so now it's going to be the 2.5er. Watch. The weather vane is going to wiggle again right now. You see? And so now we wait for about now. That was worst RNG, by the way. That was legitimately the worst RNG possible. But anyway, what was I saying? I was really excited about the Binding of Isaac Rebirth. And then they had Binding of Isaac Rebirth was being shown at some PAX Prime. PAX Prime. They had the game there and they were showing it, and it was like, wow, fuck, we're gonna be able to see some gameplay of Binding of Isaac Rebirth. This is amazing. And the guy that they had on stream to play it was this guy named Man vs. Game that I never heard of. But I really liked him. I thought that he was the perfect person for it because he wasn't like a Cobalt Streak who was like a super sweat at the game that would, you know, I don't know. I thought it was good to watch someone who clearly knew about Isaac, but wasn't like one of the super players, you know? So anyway, I liked him. And so I went to his Twitch channel days or weeks later or whatever, whenever I got a chance. And he was playing Wings of V. And that game looked fucking incredible. And I ended up buying it and playing it, and it's one of my all-time favorite games. And that's kind of what got me started watching him, was that like my first time actually watching him live, he was playing a game that ended up to be one of my all-time favorites, you know? But yeah, Dark Souls is a notoriously difficult game, and kind of the reason for it, though, the thing is, if you play a lot of modern games, it might not necessarily be anymore. Like, you might not necessarily struggle with it so much. It was just that, like, at the time that Demon Souls and Dark Souls came out, the gaming landscape at that time was not very, like, most popular games were not very challenging at all. And the Souls series kind of brought back this retro idea of, like, you need to either get good at the mechanics or you're going to lose. And until you get good, you have to try again. And it kind of reinvigorated that design philosophy of, like, having the player overcome a challenge rather than just get a story, you know? And that inspired lots and lots of game design. That inspired, like, a whole shift in the entire industry. So I feel like if you keep up with games nowadays, no, Dark Souls isn't super hard because so many games learned from it and adopted its design philosophy, you know? But it's still a tough game in general. It's pretty tough. You have Wings of V on Steam, played it a bit, but it's too much die and retry for you. It is, yes. Wings of V is the type of game where every single checkpoint that you reach in that game is like, holy shit, I can't believe I finally did it. You know? You'll spend like 30 minutes to an hour on every checkpoint. Because every single platforming sequence is so difficult. And every single boss you're gonna spend multiple hours on. Oh man, it's fun, dude. But here's the great thing about Wings of V. I implore you, like, well, I mean, maybe it's not for you, but like what happened to me is the first playthrough took me like 60 hours, you know, because like that's just how long it took me to beat it. Second playthrough took like 8 hours because I was already that much better at the game and I died that few times. Third playthrough took like 3 hours. And then before I knew it, I had live split up and I was speed running the game. I was timing my runs and you know, learning all the strats and stuff. Take it slow, don't mash the attack button. Yeah. That's a big thing. Look, don't tell her I was talking about this, but like, I play Valheim with Mrs. Dash all the time, you know? And every time that she's fighting a monster, I can just hear her click, 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 just mashing the attack button. Needless to say, she hasn't played very much Dark Souls. Or Monster Hunter, or where you in those games are where you learn 1 click per attack. Oh, you want to attack the guy? Press the attack button 1 time. Oh, you want to attack him twice? Press it a 2nd time. Oh, by the way, we're manipulating RNG right now. I don't know if I mentioned that. So people were asking, okay, what does the weather vane do? Here's what the weather vane does. We, you know the final descent in the northern cave where you jump down the 13 rocks? Each one of those rocks has a random chance to give you a battle. So what we did is way back in Bone Village, when I entered the town on either 12, 28, 44, or 56 IGT to set my stone value to 49, that was for this part, where stone value 49 has a nice window of RNG that gets 0 encounters on the final descent. So, what the weather vane did was the weather vane set us an appropriate amount of RNG calls back from the big pool of 0 encounter final descent manips. Does that make sense? So there's a big window of 0 encounter final descents that we are cannonballing into right now by using the weather vane to set us an appropriate offset back. So now I just need to make sure that my movement out of here is perfect because I don't want too many RNG calls to happen. Boom. That's the thing, is it's not even really that far ahead. You'll be amazed how few screens there are that call RNG from now until then. For example, okay, so the screen with the waterfall that we left, that one does call RNG, but this one doesn't. Nor does this one. In fact, the next screen that calls RNG is the screen where we fight Hojo. And there's that thing that's sparking. There's like the sparks coming out of the thing before we fight Hojo. Those sparks are calling RNG. Nothing until then calls field RNG. Game Boy Advance, yeah, I'm replaying, I am replaying Superstar Saga right now on Game Boy Advance. I recently did replay Metroid Fusion and Zero Mission, though. Those games are great. And then Castlevania Aria of Sorrow is, like, one of my favorite Game Boy Advance games. Harmony of Dissonance and Circle of the Moon are both also awesome, though. Yeah, Mrs. Dash actually got me Parasite Eve for Christmas. Or maybe my birthday? One of the two. So I'll be able to play that at some point finally. I generally like when a game is short and sweet, so I can just play it multiple times instead of a game that's too long, you know. But hey, I mean, there are games that are long that I love. Like Expedition 33, I put quite a few hours into, and just didn't even want it to be over, you know. Just loved every hour of it. Here's the Chocobo that we did Calm Skip with earlier. See you later, buddy. Okay, I now have to remember this menu. In this menu, we need to make sure that our limit breaks are high, make sure that we have enough MP for Big Guard, make sure Tifa is at the right amount of HP. So let's go Ether U, and then she can only take one potion, and then we'll also cure these two. Oh, and battle speed. We have to bring the battle speed down here because Tifa and Diamond Weapon's speed stats, dexterity, are so close to each other that even though Tifa is faster, the amount of time that it takes her menu to animate opening gives him his turn if we're on full battle speed. But now, now that we've lowered the battle speed, the gap between them getting their turns is a little bit wider, and so we'll be able to get her turn in. Why bother releasing the Chocobo? Just for fun. We have to wait for Diamond Weapon to walk all the way to the shore here, so we just have time to do it. Just for fun. All right, all right. Don't kill Tifa, please. Thank you. So, Big Guard. Oh, right, Braver. I almost forgot what this battle was. So we need to do 2 limit breaks to open up his chest, and then he can start taking regular physical damage. All right. Get him, Tifa! Oh, yeah. We need 2 death blows to hit. Boom! Okay. Good RNG so far. Nice. He should be dead to that. No, not quite. Wow. Really? I think she's under-rolling her damage, like she did on Schizo earlier. Probably. Man, that fight didn't feel that slow.
It's really unlucky that you're doing that right there.
Oh,
Really
but
unlucky.
remember, I flew to the wrong... I flew to the wrong place during this split at one point. Oh yeah, Mr. Rusty. I am Mr. Rusty today, and I'm trying my best to de-rust here. This is a de-rust run, big time. It is a terrible run where I am making all kinds of mistakes. Honestly, it's a little embarrassing. But I haven't finished a run in a long time. And, you know, I need the de-rust. Been a long time since I finished a good old-fashioned PS1 any percent no slots run. Oh yeah, Gunstar Heroes is a good one. That's a good call. Gunstar Heroes and Castlevania Bloodlines are definitely my favorite 2 Genesis games. I haven't played a lot of Genesis, though. Why is it night? See, I figured that that Midgar is just perpetually smoggy from all the light pollution. Like there's so much pollution that they don't really get the sunlight. You know, that's always been my like understanding of this game. Which is one of the things that really bugged me about the remake, where like you go outside in Midgar, even though you're under the plate and the music is all nice, la da 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 da, and like the sun is shining and shit, and it's like, aren't we under the plate in the sleazy fucking Midgar slums right now? Why is this the vibe? Why is everybody freshly bathed with dyed hair and permed up? Like, you know? Where's the sleaze? Where's the smog? And yo, Jimbo, good to see you. I remember Contra Hardcore being pretty sick on Genesis as well. Oh, someone mentioned Caleb Hart earlier, talking about like old school Twitch streamers, OGs. Caleb still streams, by the way, and is still like popular as ever. He's actually the one who got me into FF7 speedrunning. I used to watch Caleb I still do watch him pretty often, but I used to watch him all the time running FF7. And then that's when, like, you know, eventually I wanted to run it myself. He's playing FF13. I saw on Twitter he said that he's abandoning the FF13 playthrough because of the PC version tech issues. So if he ever revisits it, he'll revisit it on console. But it didn't sound like he had any plans to do that right now. Oops, I forgot to do a menu. We gotta pop in here. We gotta do that. And we gotta do this. Speaking of Gunstar Heroes, you know what I learned recently? Wario World is made by the same team, Treasure. The company Treasure that made like Ikaruga and Radiant Silvergun and Gunstar Heroes. They made fucking Wario World for GameCube. So by the way, right here is the easiest major skip in all of FF7. Literally, all you have to do during this cutscene is as this screen fades out, you need to be holding right and run as it loads into the next screen. As we load into the next screen, just be holding right and run. Oh my god, we did it. We did the skip. What happened is the game goes to this scene so that Hojo can have a story moment, but it spawns your character in right next to the boss trigger, and you can move for 1 frame. So if you're holding right and run, you will run right for 1 frame and hit the boss trigger. And that skips the entire return to Midgar, where you gotta fight Proud Claude and like go through the sewers, fight the Turks for the last time. right? Do the parachuting. That entire thing gets skipped all just by it's a baby could do that skip by accident. It's so simple. Isn't that crazy? However, it does bug the music out. Check out how the music is all bugged out now. The reason for that is that when it goes to the Hojo scene, there's some kind of line of code that basically sets a flag that's like, no music, please, for, you know, for now. And then the next scene of the cutscene is supposed to take that flag back off. But instead, since we skipped everything, now no music, please, is going to exist for the entire rest of the game. There will still be music, it just can't be initiated by the field anymore. So, like, when we finish this fight, the battle module is able to play the victory fanfare, but then it's going to go back to the field, and the field isn't going to be able to get rid of the fanfare and play the field music again. So we're just going to hear the battle music for an extra amount of time. It's weird. All right. All right. Oh yeah, so usually I'll just play Final Fantasy VIII music here. But I forgot to queue it up this time. Yes, it's related to the indefinite fanfare music later. Exactly. Uh-oh. What a bad fight. Tifa, get him. Tifa, get him! Oh my god! This girl cannot hit a death blow this run. So here, again, the battle module is able to begin the music. But now check it out. When we go back out here, instead of the music that's supposed to play, we're just going to be hearing this music for a little while. What's the reason for the one frame that you can move? I'm not sure. Well, it's just the location of the paralysis in the coding. I think normally they put the paralysis on the initialization script, but on that one, they put it in the main script, and the main script doesn't run until the second frame, or something like that. That might be it, but I'm not positive. What up, Lanye? Lanye! I forget, Lanye, are you also having a kid? I couldn't remember if that was a thing that was happening. Tisn't you? Okay, okay. Good to see ya. Scorf! Scorf! Thank you for the tier 3 subscription. God damn. For the 54 months, no less.
It's Kid Month. Good luck.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you for the good luck. Can you believe it? I appear to be finishing a run for the first time in forever. Yeah, we're 11 minutes behind, but we're finishing a run. How about that? Here's Vampire Tifa, by the way. And here, let me get the appropriate music playing for this part. There we go. I remember my cousin had Sega Channel, but I never really saw it get used for anything. I don't think I ever used Sega Channel with him. It was just, I just knew he had it. What do you guys think of how Sega games lately don't go Sega anymore, and now they just go bloop? Fox Fierce! Thank you for resubscribing. Like, I really liked in the Hatsune Miku games how they had Miku sing the Sega thing. That was great. But even the newest Miku game just goes bloop. You can hear it in the Project Diva games, not in Hatsune Miku Project Diva Mega Mix. Do I have Wonder Boy? I don't. I don't have any good Master System games. It's crazy, dude. I bought a Master System from a friend of mine with like 30 games. Not one of them is good. It's insane. But I would like to get like Wonder Boy. I'd like to get Phantasy Star is probably pretty cool. The first Ys game is on Master System, you know. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Okay. So remember I mentioned that RNG was passing on the Hojo room with the zaps, with the sparks? The next rooms where RNG is passing are like most of the rooms going down the final, or going down Northern Crater. So, or Northern Cave. So when we're going through Northern Cave, we got to be quick on a lot of the rooms, but not on all of them. All right. Yeah, my neighbors had Mr. Bones on Sega Saturn. I played it all the time at their house. That's a pretty weird game. It's like like the first level is like a platformer, but the level is FMV. So you're like platforming around FMV shit. It's crazy. Whoop. Sheesh. Okay, okay. So this room passes RNG, by the way. We're gonna fight a dragon right now. One, two, three, 4, 5.5. Hey, and this D-Rust is really important for if they pick me for the relay. I signed up for the Final Fantasy relay. If this category is in it, then, you know, I'm gonna want to be de-rusted. That kill on Tifa is intentional. With her being dead, it makes it so that we can just put a Phoenix down on her, and that puts her at maximum critical HP without having to like laser her, Molotov her, do whatever you need to do to get her into critical HP. Nah. She just bonks herself on the head, and then we give her a Phoenix down. Okay, we're gonna fight 3 Jubs. Yep, right here. Oh, it's only 2 Jubs. My bad, y'all. Whoop. All right. Walk left. Walk right. 2.5 steps. 1, 2.5. Time for save crystal glitch. Left, right, left. This room passes RNG. Down. I believe this room passes RNG. Man, I gotta pee again. And this is the final fight of the step route, by the way. Because after this fight, we jump down. And we walk all the way off the rest of the screen. Plus 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. And then, this is the final room that has encounters in it. And because we're not behind on steps, boom, there it is. Step route complete. All right, and here is the payoff of the RNG manipulation. And then, man, it's going to be hard to do this menu while I have to pee really bad. You know what? I'm already 10 minutes behind. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Okay. Look. This ain't a PB. I had to pee. Okay, so now, remember all the RNG manipulation I was talking about? Here we go. These 13 jumps. No encounter. No encounter. Oh my god, look at it. We're gonna get all the way down with no encounters. Thanks to that manip that started all the way back in Bone Village. Boom, how about that? So now, HB waits, you get Mistile, Curse Ring, pop over here, you get Destruct, and then we take this off and arrange, and then you get HP plus, long range, Death Blow, added cut, elemental, I think that's everything. Okay, I think that's everything. Folks, here we are. We're at the end of the game. Where is this? Oh, there it is. Jeez. I think I think she's gonna be able to take a high potion here, right? Because she'll have, after the AP growth, she'll have 3,600 HP, and so a quarter of that is 800, and she's got less than 300. So 500 HP from a high potion should keep her in critical. Or we just risk it. Finishing Touch is Cloud's move that's like a tornado. Here's another part where this this theme plays for a inappropriately long amount of time. All right, here we go. Tifa Sid again, and then, yes, she can get one high potion. All right, here we go. So this fight, we make sure that both of his pieces get their turn first. Otherwise, otherwise you attack him and then he heals. You want him to heal while he has full health, right? And then start wailing on him. If you put in your death blow too soon, you'll death blow and then he'll heal it back. Boom. Boom. All right, Bolt 3 time. Hey, try it on Tifa. Tifa is clearly the one that's kicking the shit out of you, so you should probably Bolt Tifa, right? Yeah! Nice 0, dumbass! Boom! Yep. So that's what the leveled up elemental was for. When we were putting elemental on Power Soul, not connected to anything, just to level it up for AP, or with AP, that's why. For Bolt 3 specifically. All right. And then the music is bugged here where it's not gonna play properly. So don't worry. I got us covered. Should I do this? I feel like I should. Oh my god. We got the opener. We actually got the lucky opener. That's crazy. Where we got a full power Tifa attack in before his first turn. That, like, never happens. All right. Who's getting flared? Cloud? This is good. This is easy. This is easy mode. Because now, Sid is going to get hit by the Paralyze because his next attack always hits the character with the most HP. And it's going to paralyze them, but that's fine because it's just Sid. Oh, but Cloud covers it! Oh, but he didn't die. Okay, I forgot that Cloud can cover it. But because he wasn't about to die, it's fine. Oh, and it actually didn't matter because we got the early attack. Since we got the early attack, he died next hit anyway, regardless of if our weight tricking got fucked up. So I actually gold splitted the safer fight because of that opening. That's crazy. We don't have Mug or Knights of the Round in any percent fusion. Also, even in 100%, we don't use Mug Knights of the Round on Safer Sephiroth because watching that death animation takes too long. It's faster to debarrier him, 4 times cut him twice, and then Mug with Sid, so that the Mug skips his death animation instead of Knights of the Round. So sad? I think it's funny. I mean, it's 2 seconds, you know. Not that big of a deal. All right. Here we go. Can you believe that this run finished? Oh man, what a terrible time. It's gonna be a 6:46? Yuck! But hey, I needed the D-Rust, man. Look at the trail of rust that I left behind. And hopefully next run will be all the better for it. And yeah, hopefully everybody had a good time with the run, you know? Hopefully the run was fun. And this is why I can't reset, by the way. It's 11:16 p.m. Even though I started my stream very on time today, you know, and I didn't do any resets, it is after 11 p.m. And the run is only just finishing, so, you know. This is why it's a one and done. No resets when you got a full-time job. All right. And here we go. We'll give him the Omni Slash. Of course we'll give him the Omni Slash. Yeah. Boom! All right. And there it is. Just a healthy D-Rust run. No problem. But we finished, you know? An entirely finished game. Remember in the manual when it said, like, try beating FF7 without a memory card? Well, there you go, buddy. At least we did that. We beat it without a memory card. And boom goes the dynamite. Oh, yeah. But all right, there we go. Thanks for watching. I guess next stream, I want to take a look at that Nifsky video and give my thoughts on it because, like I said, I'm a moderator of a different speedrun, but then I myself used to speedrun Super Mario Bros. So I feel like drama in the moderation of SMB is something that I think would be fun to watch and talk about. But thank you guys for watching. And yeah, I need to go have a snack and go to bed and, you know, hang out with Mrs. Dash for at least a little bit of, you know, the time that she's going to be awake here. And then, like I was saying, I think I'm going to try to comp Friday, as in, like, have Friday off work because I worked overnight last night. They'll probably let me just not work on Friday. So, oh wait, except I think that I'm going to be on call. But not until like 4 p.m. So, yeah. So I'll try to get the day of Friday for running. And yeah, that'll be the case. All right. So those of you on YouTube, we're just saying goodbye. And those of you on Twitch, we can go raid Caleb. We were talking about Caleb earlier. Let's go raid him, shall we? Actually, doesn't he stream on YouTube as well? So I can at least put his link into the YouTube chat, and then we'll talk about that. Right? Is this motherfucker live? He is. Okay, so we can go like YouTube stream. I don't think YouTube streaming has raids, does it? What's his channel name though? It's just that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to make this work. Boom, there we go. There's Caleb's channel. On those of you on YouTube, Go say hi to him for me. Have yourselves a good night. And those of you on Twitch, we will do the raid the Twitch way. So there it goes. It's all locked and loaded. I will see you guys next time. See you Friday. Bye.